Tako je, Banja Luka, da vidim da li ste zagrijali dlanove, odlično. Međunarodna bokserska asocijacija IBA koju predvodi predsjednik IBA gospodin Umar Kremljov, rame uz rame sa promotivnim kompanijama IB Challenger, zatim Iron Gloves Promotion i Patriot Boxing, a uz podršku Bokserskog saveza Srbije, Bokserskog saveza Republike Srpske i gospodina Milorada Dodika, predsjednika Republike Srpske, predstavljamo veče boksa, Pet City, iba.pro 4. Generalni partner IBA, najveći diler automobila u Rusiji, kompanija Rolfa, partner našeg turnira večeras je kladionica Pet City. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. The International Boxing Association IBA, led by the IBA president, Mr. Umar Kremljov, alongside the promotional companies IB Challenger, Iron Gloves Promotion, and Patriot Boxing, supported by the Serbian Boxing Federation and the Boxing Federation of the Republic of Srpska. Also, Mr. Milorad Dodik, President of the Republic of Srpska, presents the boxing evening. Pet City IBA Pro 4. General partner of IBA, the largest card there in Russia, Road Company, and the entire tournament partner, the betting company, Pet City. Dakle, dame i gospodo, pred vama je 9 uzbudljivih, sjajnih, profesionalnih mečeva. Predstavit će vam se borci iz svih uglova sveta, među njima osvojači olimpijskih, zatim svetskih, interkontinentalnih medalja. Među njima večeras imamo i privilegiju, kao što rekao, da prisustvujemo istoriji boksa i da je ovde zajedno pišemo. Nema svako tu privilegiju, verujte mi. Ovde je pre skoro 50 godina na evropski tron u jednom izuzetnom meču u profi boksu stao legenda Marijan Beneš. A večeras tom stazom korača naša Sara Jukovic. Ajmo jedan aplauz da je pripremimo za ono što čeka. Tako je, vaša podrška znači će joj mnogo da dođe do tog cilja. A ljubitelji boksa širom sveta mogu da uživaju u akciji večeras. Pored Arena televizije, zatim Match TV, Boxing News i IBA Boxing YouTube channels live. Our international event, Pet City IBA Pro 4, will consist of 9 exciting matchups that are taking place at Sports Hall here, Porik in Banja Luka, and the boxing fans across the world are able to enjoy the best of the action on Arena TV and Match TV, also Boxing News and IBA Boxing YouTube channels. Dame i gospodo, dozvolite mi sada da vam predstavim tehnički tim. Supervizor naše večeri, gospodin koji predstavlja Međunarodnu boksersku asocijaciju, Maksim Čertikovcev. Naše sudije, Valerij Pastukov, Moldavija, Sergej Žurkin, Rusija, Bagrat, Avojan, Jermenija, Marija Petković, Srbija. I poseban aplauz za gospodina predsjednika Pro Boks Federacije Republike Srpske, legendu bokserskog suđenja, Zdravko Milojević, dame i gospodo. I on će biti sa nama večeras u ringu. So let's introduce to the technical team of the event, the supervisor of our evening representing the International Boxing Association, Maksim Chernikovtsev, judges and referees, Valerij Pastukov, Moldova, Sergej Žurkin, Russia, Bagrat Avoyan, Armenia, Marija Petković, Serbia, and also Zdravko Milojević, Republika Srpska. Timekeeper Tina Poletan, Republika Srpska, ringside doctor Miodrag Lazarević, Srbija. A sada, dame i gospodo, trenutak koji smo čekali, počinjemo sa našim profesionalnim borbama. Idemo sada na prve match, welter kategorija. Spremite se za akciju i pozdravimo našeg borca u crnom uglu. Sjajan borac, iskustvo iza njega, otpornost, determinacija u ringu, njegove pesnice uvek nađu put gdje treba. Predstavlja Rusiju, Pugatch!
Welcome everybody to Banja Luka in Serbia and iba.pro for 9 fights we have got for you tonight, and the first one is at welterweight. This is Artem Pugatch, who we saw give Ametovic a good fight 10 days ago on another iba.pro card. Showed good durability.
Idemo sada na zlatni ugao, ovaj mladi talent se predstavlja prvi put u profesionalnim vodama, ima impresivne rezultate u amaterskim vodama, vidjet ćete kako i zašto. Pozdravimo predstavnika Srbije, Aleksei Shendrich!
And making his way into the gold corner, Aleksei Shendrich from Belgrade. Got to the quarterfinals at the European Championships. At the under-22s, boxed at the World Championships in 2023 and went deep into the Olympic qualifiers, and then ran into Ruslan Abdullayev and unfortunately went no further.
I dame i gospodo, dok se naši borci pripremaju posljednje pripreme pred početak meča, gledat ćemo 6 rundi po 3 minuta. Welter kategorija do 66,7 kg. Da vidimo, dakle, crni ugao ima 34 godine, 175 cm visok, raspon ruku 172. Njegov profesionalni učinak, 3 pobjede, 7 poraza i 4 nerešene. On je šampion Moskovske lige i šampion Moskovske oblasti. Power Pugatch! A u zlatnom uglu 21 godina, 181 cm. Raspon ruku 180, profesionalni debi, ali dvostruki evropski šampion ispod 18 godina, Aleksei Shendrich. Sudija u ringu, gospođa Marija Petković, Srbija. Pored ringa tu su sudije Pagata Vojana, Jermenija, Sergej Žuki, Rusija i Valerij Paskupov, Moldavija.
So the referee calling these two to the centre. Six rounds at welterweight to get us underway. Shendrich in the white and Pugatch in the black. Marija Petkovic, our referee. An IBA World title fight at bantamweight coming up later on. An Intercontinental IBA title up for grabs at cruiserweight as well, but we've got some good undercard matches first. Shendrich set up orthodox in the white, in the black, boxing out of the southpaw stance here, Artem Pugatch. Long left hand to the body there from Pugatch. Shendrich quite light on his feet, up on his toes a little bit. This is the debut for him, a pro debut. Pugatch has had 14 fights, mostly in the away corner. But you can see there that he's in fantastic shape. He obviously stays in the gym, stays ready, is able to work around a number of different weight divisions. And that's good technique there, just moving in behind the jab, then looking for the long left hand into the body. Shendrich trying to work his right hand in similar fashion. Just needs to be slightly careful, Pugatch. Sometimes he comes in from a long way out, as he did successfully the last time, but on that occasion went for that left to the body. He was a little bit short with it. His feet get stuck, and there's not really any way back. There again, almost. He just got back in time there, but when he makes that move, he's got to make sure that he pulls back, pulls out quick, or he's going to get caught. Not an easy target because he gets nice and low, but I think Shendrich is almost looking to tempt him into that if he can. Shendrich looking for the uppercut on the inside, then landed a good left hand to the body. This just heating up a bit as we head into the final minute of round 1. This scheduled for 6. He shaped for that left hand again there, Pugatch. In the end, pulled out of it. I think he realised that he wasn't really in range. Again, he's looking for the body there, Shendrich, but Pugatch had dropped the elbows in nicely. Good left to the body there from Pugatch. Shendrich just quickening up those feet a bit as the round has gone on. Right hand underneath there from him. He's trying to get on top of Pugatch here and see if he could put a little bit of a dent in him towards the end of the first round. Against fighters like this, what you don't want to do is put any wind in their sails. And I think that's what Shendrich is looking to do here, is just trying to show Pugatch that he's the boss, that he's a superior fighter, and that he is the one who is going to dictate terms as the bell goes at the end of the first. Lots of Serbian fighters on the card tonight. We've got Ametovic next up. A much decorated Serbian flyweight. Almir Memic as well, boxing at super middleweight in that world title fight. We have Sara Mirkovic too, so a lot of local interest in this card, as Serbia has hosted plenty of major IBA competition in recent times. I was lucky enough to be at the World Championships, the Men's World Championships, for 2 weeks in Belgrade in autumn 2021. The recent Women's World Championships were in Niš. I had a few days over there. And last year the European Championships too. Pugatch with a good right hand there, and that registered with Shendrich, and then a good straight left up top and to the body there from Pugatch. I think he knows that towards the end of that first round, Shendrich was looking to try and turn the screw on him a bit, and he's come out nice and aggressive at the start of round 2. Referee just allowing them to work on the inside before calling break. Looking for the 1-2, his feet just came a little bit square there, Pugatch. You can see that back foot come round as he threw that left hand. Left hand there from Shendrich. Wasn't absolutely clean, slightly with the inside of the glove. Then a jab lands from Pugatch and a lead hand lands from Shendrich as well. You just feel like if Shendrich could just take a half step back when he sees Pugatch coming with that 1-2, then he could be in business, because Pugatch really commits to it to the point where He comes over the top of that front foot a bit. He gets nice and low, but he just caught him with a left hand there as he was coming forward, Shendrich, which is kind of what I was talking about, really. And again, towards the end of the round here, Shendrich's just beginning to get on top slightly. Left hand to the body there, though, from Pugatch. Nice right hand lead there from Shendrich. A couple didn't land. He just dipped off to his left hand side, shut it up, and then plants in a nice left to the body. And the home crowd just beginning to get behind him here. Another left into the rib cage right at the end of the round. We saw Pugatch in the UK not that long ago, actually. Just a few weeks ago, he took on a 10-0 Travis Waters. Lost on points, but from what I hear, gave a good account of himself. He's done some travelling. So we're heading into the third round here. What's always interesting when you're watching a fighter like Shendrich, who is boxing in iba.pro, in professional boxing for the first time, is how he handles the increased distance, because this is scheduled for 6 rounds. Now that's 18 minutes. In international amateur boxing, it is 9 maximum. It's a big difference. Pugatch much more used to it. Good right hand counter there from Shendrich. And again there, came over the top of the left hand there of Pugatch, and Pugatch just looking to try and tuck up a little bit. And Shendrich is managing to push it back into the corner, and he's getting on top of him earlier in this round. Swinging left hand there from Shendrich. Didn't quite land clean with the knuckle part of the glove, but it got through nonetheless. Left hand to the body there from Pugatch, who's sticking to his task here, trying to bring some heat himself whenever he can. Steps in with that left hand. Heads almost come together there on the inside. Better looking short left hand there from Pugatch, but then just got his feet stuck really and found himself caught with a right hand. Good left hand into the body there from Pugatch. Really stepped in and looked to try and put some power onto it. And that's where he was just made to fall short with the left hand. And Shendrich came back with that right hand counter. So heading into the second half of the fight here, they're scheduled for 6 at welterweight. Aleksei Shendrich, you would say, has won all 3 rounds so far, but what's going to be interesting here is to see whether he can keep the work rate high, keep that tempo up in rounds 4, 5 and 6, because that is not something he is used to having to try to do. And Pugatch will push him hard all the way. He's that kind of a fighter. Again, lost his balance there. That's what I was referring to in an earlier round. He throws that left hand from a long way out. He was short with it, and you can see that back foot come up off the canvas, which is a sure sign that the weight's gone too far over the top of that front foot. And once that happens, you just can't get it back, and your opponent will know that. You lose control of your own momentum is basically what happens. And you end up falling forwards into this kind of black hole between yourself and the guy you're up against. And if he times it right, then you can find yourself bang in trouble. Just stepping off to his left there, Shendrich, trying to change the angle slightly. Pugatch, as I say, he keeps coming. He's always looking to be aggressive. He's always looking to try and get something done, even if he does get caught on the way in sometimes. He does have his technical shortcomings, but as I said, he comes in really, really good shape. And he's capable of boxing at a good tempo for 6 rounds. Good work to the body there from him. The left to the body came back from Shendrich, which the referee, I think, thought was maybe slightly on the low side. I think it was pretty much on the top of the belt line. That's a good attack to the body there from Shendrich. He turned southpaw briefly, final few seconds of the round, and there's been no sign as yet of his attacking attempt diminishing at all. So the bell goes at the end of the round. Just dip to his left there and look for the uppercut, Shendrich. There's that left into the body, and that was the one the referee called for being slightly low. I don't think it was. That was a better one. That was, or maybe it was that one actually. And if it was that one, then I think that was fair enough. It wasn't a particularly damaging punch in any case. Now I think the corner will be encouraging Shendrich just to try and turn the screw a bit here. See if he can up the ante. Click through the gears in round 5 and round 6. He hasn't managed to hurt Pugatch at any point yet. Not that I've really spotted. He may well have felt a few of these to the body. I'm sure he has, but he hasn't shown any real adverse reaction from any of them just yet. Shendrich in the white, remember, Pugatch in the black. Pugatch just looking to pile in with that 1-2. Left hand got through that time from Pugatch. Not much on it, but it found the target. Looking for a big right uppercut there, Shendrich. Wasn't far away with it, and actually I think if he'd not been quite so wild with it, he might not have pulled up on it quite so quick and he could have landed it. He likes that kind of right hand lead, just dips off to his left, Shendrich, and then shoots that right hand up at an angle. Decent left hand there from Pugatch, and then just stepped off to his left hand side. He's had a good round here, Pugatch. I don't think he's done enough to win the round, but I think Shendrich would have liked to have tried to have made things hotter for him in this round, but he's not really allowed it. His feet have been pretty good. He's used that lead hand fairly effectively, and then when he's got up tight like he did there, most of the time he's managed to get a hold of Shendrich and negate anything that he's been trying to do. And Shendrich just trying to force things now in the final minute of the round. Decent left hand there from Shendrich. The Pugatch just backing off as he took it. So the sixth and final round coming up. This our opening fight of the night. It's been a decent enough watch so far. With Pugatch, you know what you'll get. You'll get somebody who comes in good condition and who will make his opponent work. So if you've got a talented fighter like Shendrich making his debut, he is kind of the perfect guy really, because you won't get an easy ride. It will be a decent, worthwhile outing. And if you're not really on your game, he could find you out. You have to make sure you put in a solid, concentrated performance, or things could go wrong. So the bell goes at the start of the sixth. The referee just
last round, ladies and gentlemen,
waiting for the corners to clear the ring. And here we go into the last round. Coming up after this, we've got 4 rounds in the flyweight division. I mentioned Omar Ametovic, who I first saw at the World Youth Championships in Belgrade back in 2021. He got to the last 8. He was good in that tournament. Boxed really, really well. It was a fantastic tournament all round, actually. Sorry, that was in Kielce in Poland earlier in the year. He then boxed at the World Championships in Belgrade, but it was in Kielce that I first saw him, and I've been kind of looking out for him since then. A minute down in round 6, 2 to go. And he's still looking to spring in quick and close that gap. close that distance with some real energy whenever he gets the opportunity, Pugatch. Looking for that left to the body. Shendrich, I think, could probably do as a pro with just slowing everything down a little bit. It's very common when somebody's been boxing at elite level in the amateurs, because although the gap between amateur and pro isn't as big now as it used to be, largely due to the introduction of the 10-point must for the scoring system 12 years ago now, you've got a generation of fighters coming through who will never have boxed under the computer point scoring system, and the 10-point must does make it more like pro boxing. But the biggest difference still really is that you can win a fight in the amateurs without really hurting your opponent, or without even really looking to hurt your opponent. Punches that find the target can do the job, whereas in professional boxing you're looking to punch through the target. You are looking to hurt your opponent. That's how you win fights. Good left hand there though from Shendrich, and a left into the body as well, and a right hand over the top, and Pugatch just for a second there looked like he might be in trouble. He definitely gave a bit of ground. And so when you make that switch, what fighters need to get used to is just holding their feet for that split second longer to give themselves that more solid base to punch from, which allows them to punch with more power. The downside to that is that the more you set yourself to punch, the greater chance you give your opponent of being able to hit you, because, as I say, you have to set those feet, you have to stop, even if it's just for a split second. But that's the game you're in. That's the risk you have to take. That's the confidence you have to have. And there goes the bell at the end of the 6 rounds. And that was a very good and valuable 6 rounds, I would say, there for Aleksei Shendrich on his debut. Pugatch did a good job. Kept up with his opponent, but I would say that Shendrich has won every round there. But the good thing about Pugatch is that he's always trying to get something done. He never goes into survival mode. Whenever I've seen him anyway, he's always looking to fire back. His fitness levels are really good. And so he's always trying to give his opponent something to think about. Sometimes you see away corner fighters and they're almost in survival mode from the start. They know how to throw the odd flurry just to try and make their opponent think a little bit. They'll do whatever they can to confuse their opponent. Switch stances, talk to them slightly, do all sorts of things. And that's completely legit. Fighters want to fight as much as they can. They don't want to put themselves in danger. They want to get through the rounds and be available to fight again the next week. But Pugatch gives you a bit more than that. And I think there'll be plenty of work out there for him.
Dame i gospodo, kakav meč smo gledali, kakav uvod u veće boksa ovdje u Banja Luci. Posle 6 rundi naše sudije su bile jednoglasne. Pobednik ovog meča je u zlatnom uglu Aleksei Serbia.
So Shendrich gets it by unanimous decision. And that pro career off and running for the 21-year-old.
Dame i gospodo, nastavljamo sa našim borbama. Drugi meč večeri, tek obećava muva kategorija. Hajde da pozdravimo borca u crnom uglu. Iskusan atleta, želi da se oproba sad u profesionalnoj areni. Predstavnik Jermenije, Harutyunyan.
And this is a good fight because we've got Serbia up against Armenia here. Ametovic against Harutyunyan, and two fighters who medalled in last year's European Championships. Harutyunyan picking up silver at 48 kilos. He's 0-1 in iba.pro, lost 4 rounds to 2 last October in Armenia against Anvar Kodjev.
Idemo sada na zlatni ugao, pripremite vaše dlanove. On je talentovan mladi borac, ovo je njegov profesionalni debi, ali iza sebe ima impresivnu amatersku karijeru. Predstavnik Srbije, da vas čujemo, Lenar Perez!
And as I described, Ametovic is a bit of a star of Serbian boxing because he's been doing well for a long time now. He got a European Junior bronze, that was a while ago, but I saw him plenty in 2021. He got to the quarterfinals of the World Youths, the quarterfinals of the under-22s. I was at both of those. He boxed at the World Championships in the seniors in 2021 and 2023, and then last year made the breakthrough with a bronze medal at 51 kilos at the European Championships.
Dakle, u crnom uglu predstavnik Jermenije, 35 godina, 171 cm je visok, namjeri do 50,7 kg. iba.pro rekord mu je za sada bez pobjede samo jedan poraz, a na drugoj strani u zlatnom uglu Omer Ametovic iz Sombora, reprezentativac Srbije, 23 godine, 157 cm visok, 163 cm raspon ruku, 50,8 kg. Kao što rekao, profesionalni debi, ali on je petostruki šampion Srbije. Bronzavica evropskog šampionata, seniorska bronza također i 3 evropske U22 medalje. Pozdravimo još jednom Omera Ametovića! Naš sudijski trojac, Valeri Pastukov, Moldavija, Sergej Žurkin, Rusija i Marija Petković, Srbija. Da čujemo sada gospodina Bagrata Avajana, sudiju iz Jermenije, šta će poručiti borcima pred meč.
So they're scheduled for 4 in the flyweight division. Touch of gloves between the two. Ametovic in the white, Harutyunyan in the black. Just pawing a bit with the jab there, Harutyunyan. A little bit messy in the early stages here. These two just falling into a clinch, getting a hold of each other. When you look at them physically, Harutyunyan is the taller, the leaner of the two, even though at last year's Euros he actually boxed at the lower weight. Cheeky little right-hand side on the inside there from Ametovic. And then looking for that big windmilling overhand right there, Harutyunyan from well out of range, didn't manage to land it. Ametovic just yet to find his distance. As you can see there, nice and nimble on his feet. But he's got to find a way to get close here, because throwing that right hand from that far out, he's not going to make it. Lead left hand to the body there from Ametovic. Into the final minutes of round 1. A professional debut for the Serbian. As I mentioned, Harutyunyan has had 1 fight in iba.pro. Harutyunyan just backing Ametovic up here, doing a good job of it as well, just planting those feet and looking to get on top of him on the ropes. Bell goes at the end of round 1. I said this would be a good match between these two, and it's proving to be that at the moment.
One of the leading bookmakers in the BetCity mobile app. You'll find an extensive range of betting options and some of the bet odds on any sporting event. Choose BetCity and feel the thrill of the game.
Good left hand there from Ametovic. Leading off with that, he had success with it a couple of times. So into the second, and that's a good angle of them side on. You can see the physical differences between them. Harutyunyan, plenty of movement with those lead hands. Ametovic as well, you see him in and out with the feet, on the balls of his feet, toes of his feet, almost all of the time. So there's quite a lot of movement here between these two. Harutyunyan looking to try and distract you almost with the way that he moves that lead hand, gets the guard in tight there. Ametovic just needs not to be distracted by any of that, because he did find that gap with the left hand in the opening round particularly. Harutyunyan trying to snap out the jab. I don't think there was anything wrong with that. I don't think the referee had called break. They just kind of let each other go and decided between themselves to break. And there's a good, solid right hand there from Harutyunyan. Ametovic put down. I think he was caught slightly square as he came forward, was rocked onto his heels. Wasn't really set or braced to take the punch. And down he went. Midway through round 2. And that makes things tricky for him now. I would say that Harutyunyan may have won that opening round, although there wasn't an awful lot in it. And should he lose this round with the knockdown, then it could be a long way back. And Harutyunyan, I think, feels like he could really make an impact here. Long right hand from him again. Lands. No knockdown this time. Into the final minute of round 2. There's that long right again. Dips in behind it. Right hand on the inside there from Ametovic was a good shot. And it's a good fight this. Harutyunyan is really going after Ametovic here. Leaning in, just trying to dig that left hand into the body. Ametovic trying to tuck up and then explode out of that shell. Harutyunyan determined to stay on top of him. He's put a lot into this round, the Armenian. Last 10 seconds. Left hand to the body was a good shot there from Harutyunyan, then finishes with the 1-2 up top, and that was a good round for him. Ametovic had his moments, but Harutyunyan up the ante, put him down. Hopefully we'll get a replay of the knockdown, and then just try to stay on him as much as he could for the rest of the round and really hammer home that advantage. There was the right hand that landed. That's a better angle of it, and he was just off balance. They've been having a little bit of a wrestle, and you can see he shrugged him off really, Harutyunyan. Nothing wrong with it at all. Then landed the right hand. He didn't really have his balance. He was a little bit square, and he ended up going down. It wasn't a heavy knockdown, but it was certainly a legitimate knockdown. So Ametovic, I think, here with it all to do, with a couple of rounds to go, looking for that jab. It's a tool that you would imagine that he would have, Harutyunyan, when you look at the size of him. Amazing how he manages to pack that frame into 48 kilos. He managed it last summer anyway. This fight at almost 3 kilos heavier than that, which is around about 6 pounds. So a big difference, a lot more weight to play with, and he looks nice and strong. Was out of range with that right hand, but followed it in, committed with it, and then turned it into a left hand, and then a kind of smearing right hand again there from Harutyunyan. Ametovic is trying to fight fire with fire here. Work rate wise, he's got to go with him. He's got to at least work as hard as him. He cannot get outworked in these final couple of rounds. It's all very well looking to pick your punches and try and find the gaps, and composure is important, but in some fights, particularly over this short format, you cannot afford to leave anything in the tank, really. It's a sprint over these 4 rounds. Again, it's quite untidy when they get up close like that. Harutyunyan has got these long levers, and for Ametovic, sometimes it's difficult to extricate himself. And Harutyunyan, for a tall guy, as tall guys sometimes can, he's just able to find that little bit of room to give himself space for those long levers. Left hand from Harutyunyan. Ametovic looking to try and work to the body into the final 30 seconds of the round. And Harutyunyan again just swaggers across the ring at him. Ametovic turns southpaw, standing square almost, fires 2 jabs with different hands in the space of a couple of seconds. Good right hand into the body there from Ametovic. Harutyunyan trying to work the same punch. But I think again Ametovic has probably been outworked in round 3. So 1 to go here. It's been a good fight this. It was a good matchup from the beginning. So touch of gloves between the two as we head into this fourth and final round. Harutyunyan in the black, Ametovic in the white. Ametovic, for me, badly needs this final round, and even then that might not be enough. Harutyunyan with a knockdown in the second has found a decent rhythm from quite an early stage. He's quite an awkward fighter due to the height and the reach and the quite twitchy, jerky nature of his style at times. The referee said break, and what Harutyunyan was trying to do there was break, create a bit of distance, and then punch, and there wouldn't have been anything wrong with that. Ametovic had maybe just slightly switched off there. And Ametovic has just struggled with the distance. It's as simple as that. He struggled to get inside that longer reach of Harutyunyan. Tries to jab his way in there, Ametovic, but then cops a right hand. And the work rate of Harutyunyan has been formidable. Slightly messy the last 30 seconds. Nice combination there from Ametovic. Rattled off the 1-2, then looks to try and get after Harutyunyan, who just backed up there and gave some ground. Closing stages of what has been a good fight, one that Harutyunyan has dominated, and a little bit of icing on the cake with that knockdown in the second round. And he celebrates Harutyunyan, and there is every reason that he should, because he knows that he's done enough there. He started well, started quick, and Ametovic, having been caught on the hop a little bit, just never really managed to catch back up with him, and that's the problem you have in a 4-round fight in that short distance. It's very difficult if you get off to a poor start or a slower start than your opponent to stem that tide and turn it in the time that you've got, and particularly if you get knocked down in the second round like he did, then you find yourself at the halfway stage with an awful lot to do, and try as he might, and he definitely did try. Harutyunyan had the wind in his sails, his confidence was up, and that momentum was with him, and as I say, over the course of 12 minutes, when somebody gets that momentum early, shifting that is a difficult thing to do.
Dame i gospodo, uzbudljiv meč smo gledali, sudjama nije bilo lako. Posle 4 runde imamo nerešen rezultat. It's a draw.
Well, it's been judged a draw, and Harutyunyan, I don't think, can quite believe it, nor can I, because that was an easy fight to score. Harutyunyan won that fight comfortably, and that is a poor job by the judges. He's shaking his head there, Ametovic, and he sportingly raised Harutyunyan's hand at the end of the fight there. I think he knows that he got lucky. Next up, we've got Memic against Bozorov at super middle.
Idemo dalje, dame i gospodo, sljedeći meč je u polu teškoj kategoriji, treći meč večeri. Pozdravimo sada u crnom uglu momka iz Moldavije, Bozorov!
Bozorov, a Moldovan fighter, one fight in iba.pro before tonight, the defeat in Madrid last May. Got to the European quarter-finals last year where he lost to Bozorov, fantastically gifted Russian fighter who then went on to beat Memic in the semi-finals.
Još jedan reprezentativac Srbije želi da se dokaže u profesionalnim vodama. Pozdravimo
Memic has made good progress over the last few years. I remember seeing him at the European Under-22s back in 2021. Lost to Kevin Schumann. And then later that year he picked up a big win against GB's Lewis Richardson at the World Championships. A win that's aged really well because Richardson went on to become an Olympic bronze medalist. And then the breakthrough at senior level came with that bronze in last year's Europeans.
174 godine, 176 cm visok, 180 cm raspon ruku. U iba.pro rekord mu je bez pobjede, dakle jedan več, jedan poraz, ali on je šampion Moldavije i peti na evropskom šampionatu. Dobro, Bozorov! A u zlatom moglo 23 godine, 177 cm visok raspon ruku, 173 profesionalni debi, osvajač zlatne rukavice, 6 puta šampion Srbije, osvajač mnogobrojnih medalja s evropskih prvenstava,
So Memic in the gold corner wearing white, Bozorov in the black.
Pored naše sudije Mari Benković iz Srbije, sudijska trojka pored ringa, Valeri Pastupkov, Moldavija, Semi Žurki, Rusija i Bagrat Avonjan, Jermenija. Da čujemo sudiju Benković, da će poručiti borcima pred meč.
Boxers, keep your head up, no holding, no low blows. Touch your gloves.
4 rounds in the super middleweight division. Both of these two boxing out of the orthodox stance. Right hand into the body there from Memic. He's taken the centre of the ring. Decent right hand that from Bozorov. Just dipped, got nice and low on it. I think landed it as Memic was looking to throw his own. Jabs to the body there from Memic. And then looks for that right hand up over the top and round. And left into the body. And then just manages to impose himself on Bozorov a bit and push him into the ropes. Good length on the jab to the body there from Memic. And he's the taller of the two. If he can get that lead hand working, then he can maybe keep this on the outside. A right hand lead that travelled a good distance. Left to the body off the back of the jab there from Memic. He's got the tools here to do this. I would like to see him just use that jab. Just keep throwing that jab, particularly early. You don't really need to put too much on the back of it straight away. Just try and dictate terms with that if you can, because Bozorov will have to try and find a way past it, inside it, underneath it, whatever he needs to do. He doesn't really commit to the jab there though, Memic. It's more like he's using it to try and measure his right hand. Doubling up on the left hand himself there. Bozorov, the second punch to the body was decent. Nice jab there from Memic, caught him on the way in. A minute remaining in round one. Decent jab there from Memic, but then he just admired it a bit and got caught with the 1-2 there from Bozorov. It's pretty well matched, this fight. Memic is the one who's been on the front foot for most of the first round, and that's probably going to be enough to win him the round. He's landed some decent shots as well. The greater volume of clean punching, I would say, of the two has probably come from him, but Bozorov has had his moments. Just pushing off with the heel of the glove a bit there, Memic. The referee allowed it. Turned southpaw right at the end of the round. So the first round in the books. So into the second, Memic looking to try and kick things off by shooting that jab up. He's got that guard high for the most part, so more often than not that jab will come from shoulder level, so it'll start in the eye line of Bozorov, but every now and again he drops that lead hand and flicks it up from the waist, and that makes it a bit more difficult to read. It appears on the radar slightly later. Left hand on the inside there from Memic, worked it 3-4 times. Good left hand into the body there from Memic. When he tucks up Bozorov, he does leave a little bit of body on display. He hasn't got particularly long arms, so when he's got them up by his head there to protect his face, you can see the elbows don't quite cover that floating rib area. It's one of the reasons why long arms for a fighter is so very, very useful. You see some fighters are able to just drop their elbows into the top of their shorts and their forearms are that long that their gloves are still up around the temple area. That's not the case for Bozorov. Right hand into the body there by him. Just past the midway stage of round two. Left to the body again there from Bozorov. Closing stages of round 2, and it's been similar to the first round. Memic has been the one mostly on the front foot. Bozorov lands a decent shot there, and he has had his successes in the second round as he did in the first, but it's been Memic who has had more. Nice stab to the body there from Memic, just knocks him back into the ropes. So into the third round, into the second half of the fight. Memic, the home fighter representing Serbia, he's in the white. Davron Bozorov of Moldova is in the black. Bozorov doing well to turn out of the corner there. Memic let go with the 1-2. There wasn't all that much heat on it. Good jab there from Memic. You just saw the head there just forced back of Bozorov. Bozorov just trying to fire off the ropes. Memic seeing if he can work on the inside. Bozorov just looking to get up close and get a hold of him there, really. There's not that much coming back from Bozorov now. Left hand into the body. As I say that, he rattles off the combination off the ropes. Memic, though, I think just beginning to get on top of him. He's been looking to do that right from the start, but I think now the accumulation is possibly beginning to take effect. Nice little feint there from Memic, just kept Bozorov where he wanted him. Good right hand to the body, went up top with a jab and then dropped down with the right hand. But that's a good right hand counter from Bozorov. There's a right hand from Memic. Bozorov tries to fire back, but he just beat him with hand speed there, Memic. He waited for him almost, and then when he let that right hand go, again, good right hand to the body, and he's putting his punches together well here, Memic. Final stages of round 3. Bozorov's trying to fire back. It's all he can do, really. Long right hand there from Memic, and the exchange on the inside.
Ladies and gentlemen, BetCity is the title sponsor of our tournament. BetCity offers a wide variety of betting marks on all sports, exclusive bets, and fast payouts. Sign up on the BetCity website or mobile app and enjoy the game.
He looked for the body quite a lot in that round, Memic, particularly with that right hand. Right hand over the top there to the head. Really trying to put Bozorov under some sustained pressure. And Bozorov, to be fair to him, answered back when he needed to. There were a couple of points there where it looked like Memic might really be about to make an impact, and Bozorov found something, found a response when he needed one. And what you'd like to see here in this final round is Memic just try and click up another gear. He went up a gear from round 2 to 3. Does he have a higher one for this final 3 minutes? Referee just having a quick word there, I think, about a touch of holding maybe. Memic with a little feint, just dropping those hands. A little bounce on the balls of his feet, just in and out. Biding his time slightly in this final round so far. Then just lets go with the left to the body. Doing a good job of keeping Bozorov in those corners. Bozorov, though, neatly turning off the ropes there. Pops off a flurry himself. He's looking to get through here, Bozorov. And he'll be hoping that he can do it in this final round without Memic being able to exert too much pressure on him. That's good bobbing and weaving, slipping and rolling there from Bozorov. Made himself a difficult target to find. Good left hand there from Bozorov. Memic was just caught standing a bit tall. Again, just leads off to the left there, Bozorov, and why not? He landed it a few seconds ago. He's not really gone after Bozorov in this final round, Memic, not to any alarming degree. You need to give the away corner fighter credit, though. He's been compact, he's been organised. He knows what he's doing. Absolutely no question about that. But Memic, maybe now just looking to finish with a flourish. It would have been good to see this a little bit earlier on. He's got the fight won, but in front of a home crowd, it would have been good to see if he could have really put on a bit of a show in this final round. Getting a stoppage inside 4 is always difficult when you've got a capable opponent in front of you, and Bozorov is definitely that. But I think he could maybe have gone after it a bit more there, but he's done the job. Almir Memic, I don't really want to be critical. That's an iba.pro debut for him, and it will be a winning one. And he has improved a lot, I think, over the last few years. I remember when I first saw him, I looked at his style and it seemed quite rogue, quite unorthodox at times. But now there's plenty of method to him. And he throws that shot well. He just dips his knees a little bit and throws that right hand into the body. Almost feints to the head with the jab. Or does throw the jab to the head, but not with any real conviction. It's a throwaway shot, then just dips the knees, right hand into the body.
I dok čekamo naše borce da skinu opremu, dame i gospodo, posjećam vas, ovo je treći meč večeri, imamo ih ukupno 9, 7. po redu je meč za titulu gdje će naša Sara Ćirković probati da dođe do svojeg šampionskog pojasa u profesionalnim vodama. Nakon toga još 2 uzbudljiva meča nas čekaju, nemojte da propustite to. 2 sjajna profesionalna meča za titulu. A sada molim borce da priđu sredini ringa do sudije Petković. Dakle, posle 4 runde naše sudije su jednoglasne u odluci. Pobednik ovog meča
So Memic gets the win. It was a clear win, not a difficult fight to score. He won every round of the 4. A good performance and a good match for him as well, made by the matchmakers. Bozorov was a capable guy, didn't give anything away, didn't make it easy for him, and I'm sure we will be seeing him again before too long. Another 4-rounder up next at middleweight.
Četvrti meč večeri, srednja kategorija do 72,2 kg, 4 runde po 3 minuta. Sudija u ringu gospodin Sergej Žurkin, Rusija. A sada da pozdravimo borca u crnom uglu. Probat će da se probi ovim profesionalnim vodama IBA. Topla dobrodošlica za boksera iz Tadžikistana, Shakurov.
So first making his way to the ring, Shakurov, 26 years old from Tajikistan, 3-0 as a pro, boxed at last year's Asian Championships. As a pro, he's had 1 fight in Uzbekistan, in Tashkent, 2 in Russia. His last outing was a unanimous decision win over 6 in Kazan last August against Shakurov.
A njegov protivnik u zlatnom uglu, mladi talent, reprezentativac Srbije, da vas čujemo, Borik Nikolic.
And coming into the gold corner, another Serbian fighter from Novi Sad, 23 years old, a gold medalist at last year's European Championships that were held in Belgrade. 4 fights and 4 wins as a professional. The last 2 have been in his hometown, so he can sell tickets, that is important. And the last one was a first round knockout in December against Ferenc Katona. You can see there, with the camera panning around, how well set up this arena is in Banja Luka. It's a really good turnout, and most seats have been taken from early in the night.
Dakle, u crnom uglu 26 godina ima 183 cm visok, 187 raspon na ruku. IBA Pro rekord debi, dakle, bez meča. ali on je šampion Azije iz 2024. godine. Još jednom pozdravimo Shakurov. A idemo sada u zlatni ugao 23 godine, 180 cm visok, raspon ruku 176 cm. Profesionalni debi ovog momka, evropski šampion iz 2024. Evropa zna za njegove pesnice. Vidjet ćemo da li će profesionalci upoznati. Lenar Perez! Sudijska trojka, Marija Petković, Srbija, Bagrat, Avoljani, Armenija i Valeri Pastuhov, Moldavija. Još jednom, sudija u ringu, gospodin Sergej.
So the referee calls these two to the center. Nikolic in the white and Shakurov in the black. So a touch of gloves and straight away you see that Shakurov setting up in that southpaw stance. He's the taller of the two. He's got a big wingspan on him by the look of it. Be interesting to see if he can try and keep things long here, try and keep it on the outside, because that's really what he should do with those kinds of natural tools. Nikolic will need to be able to find a way past that, and in the early stages you can see him just patting down that lead hand there of Shakurov, trying to pull that out of the way, and Shakurov looking for the 1-2. And Shakurov just signalling to the referee that he caught one round the back there from Nikolic, which he may have done, but he had half turned his back himself. He does look quite languid, Shakurov, maybe not the quickest. Nikolic just feinted with the jab there. Looked like he was going to go to the head, then looked like he might go down to the body. Didn't throw it at all in the end. I just wonder what might happen if he just stepped to Shakurov a bit here. Took his feet in there and then looked to throw the 1-2. The right hand just about reached. You don't want to be too gung-ho, because Shakurov might be one of these guys who's quite languid, but has got nice timing. Or it might be that if you click up a gear, he struggles to stay with you. That's good though from Shakurov. Just dipped his knees a bit, sat down on that left hand into the body. There's that left to the body again there from Shakurov. A right hand as he was trying to get away, came back from Nikolic, who is the one who's been in the centre. He's been trying to push his man back, but Shakurov has done some decent work off the back foot. He's not uncomfortable on the ropes. He's not so much being pushed back a lot of the time as voluntarily giving ground. Left hand into the body there. Looks slightly disorganised. I think the front feet might have clashed. Good right hand into the body from Nikolic. That's going to be an important punch for him. You look at the dimensions there of Shakurov. That body is a big target. It might not be all that easy to catch to the head, but you just keep hitting that body, you can slow him down. We've only got 4 rounds here, so you can't look to set too many traps. They might not have time to pay off, but I think Nikolic needs to up the work rate a bit here. Shakurov picked some decent shots in that first round, but you just get the feeling that if he makes this a bit hotter for him, Nikolic, then that's how you just make absolutely sure. You don't want to fight this fight at Shakurov's pace, because he's got that reach. He's got some decent rhythm about him at times. And as I say, with those long arms, there are some tools there. So I think Nikolic needs to, without going crazy, just bring some proper pressure himself. So into the start of the second. In the corner, I think we're encouraging Nikolic to just let go more in combination when he gets close enough. And I would echo that. And Shakurov just pulling his feet back, pulling his feet out. It's that kind of position there where Nikolic needs to get to work. Once he gets close enough, once he gets there, he's got to make it count. That's another good example. He's on top of his man there, and really, at that kind of range, that kind of distance, he needs to work more. He needs to work a bit harder, put some more punches together. Turning southpaw there, Nikolic. Shakurov hasn't offered loads in this second round so far. And Nikolic again, just getting shoulder to shoulder there. Needs to see if he can find himself a little bit of room. Again, southpaw. Southpaw left was quite effective for him there. And again. Left hand there from Shakurov, as Nikolic does look to try and work him over on the ropes there. Referee just telling Nikolic to keep his head up. I'm not sure about the switch to southpaw here. I think he'd be more effective orthodox. Right hand into the body. As he gets close there, just looks to try and work that left hand, but Shakurov turns off the ropes and then lands his own left hand. I think he's trying to be a little bit too clever here, Nikolic, to be honest. Shakurov has got the look of a guy to me who, if you put it on him, is not going to like it. That sounds like quite a basic thing to say, but this can be quite a basic sport sometimes. Or at least if you feel that that is the route, then you should take it, because Shakurov to me looks like that guy. Touch of gloves between the two at the end of the round. The kind of pace this is at the minute, Shakurov will be really happy with this. So into the second half of the fight. Jovan Nikolic in the white. Shakurov in the black. Nikolic just up close, just leaning on. Sticking with the southpaw stance. Just got caught a couple of times there by Shakurov on the way in. Shakurov again just clips in with a little left hand. As they get close, Shakurov just gets a hold of him. He can wrap you up with those long levers. Really, for me, what Nikolic needs to be looking to do here is try and use that jab, get close enough, mid-range, let his hands go. If you keep it on the outside, then Shakurov will like it there. If you get right up close, then he can smother you quite effectively because, as I say, he just clamps those big long arms down on yours, wraps them around you, and you can make it quite difficult. But if you just get yourself to mid-range, he might catch you a couple of times, but I think you can just get this at a pace that he's not going to be happy with. I think there might be some blood coming from the right eye there of Nikolic. I need to get a better look at that, but that's what it appeared to be as he turns around. There's a cut on the corner of the eye there, and the referee is going to get this looked at. This is a 4-round fight and we've completed 2 rounds, so if that's from a head clash and it is bad enough for the fight to be stopped, then we would go to the cards. Well, the referee's kind of treating the cut here, which is slightly unusual in the middle of a fight. And has treated it very well there by the look of it. The blood will start to come again pretty quickly. And that's better from Nikolic. I think that's more where he needs to be. Shakurov dug his feet in and landed a couple there. But he's really punching just to try and keep Nikolic off him. That's the kind of position you're putting him in there. That's it. That's better from Nikolic. He will get caught himself, but ultimately he'll come out on top. Let your hands go now. He's close enough there. He just backed off a step there. He got close enough orthodox, then backed off, turned southpaw, and there was just no need. Final few seconds of the round. Slightly frustrating to watch this.
Ladies and gentlemen, Bet City is the title sponsor of our tournament. Bet City offers a wide variety of betting marks on all sports, exclusive bets, and fast payouts. Sign up on the Bet City website or mobile app and enjoy the game.
Amigos, pred nama je poslednja četvrta runda. Ladies and gentlemen, the last round is ahead of us.
Into the fourth and final round. A touch of gloves. And a quick cuddle between the two of them. Here we go. Nikolic in the white, Shakurov in the black. Nikolic again into southpaw. Switch stances during the course of the fight. Mostly southpaw since the start of the second round onwards. Shakurov just knocked back against the ropes, and Nikolic needed to get on him there. has been the one on the front foot coming forward, trying to make things happen right from the start of the fight. Shakurov has picked some decent punches at times in terms of the clean punching. I don't think there's been much in this, but the dynamic of it, the body language has been Nikolic coming forward. He's the home fighter. Shakurov boxing away from home is going to struggle to win a fight doing what he's been doing. Whether that's right or not is a valid but different conversation. And that's it, just looking to let his hands go there, Nikolic, and that's kind of what I've been asking him for, really. Because Shakurov has looked fairly spent from about halfway. Good feint there from Nikolic, and has stepped in and cuffed with the right hand, and really needs to try and push Shakurov off him now. Shakurov maybe sailing a bit close to the wind with some of the holding. Decent left hand there from Nikolic. And just punch, at that range, just punch. Into the closing stages. Nikolic maybe just trying to tempt Shakurov in there slightly. I think both of these two may be feeling the pace a bit of this 4-rounder. This is a 5th pro fight for Nikolic, a 4th pro fight for Shakurov, so it shouldn't present any particular problem for them, but it's a fight that's never quite caught fire. Nikolic trying to work to the body there right towards the end, and he's done enough there, the home fighter, but it wasn't super convincing.
Idemo, dame i gospodo, da vidimo posle 4 runde. Šta kažu sudije? Još jedno sudije u ringu, Valeri Pastukov, Moldavija. Dakle, nakon 4 runde, naše sudije su jednoglasne. I pobjeda ide u zlatni ugao,
So Jovan Nikolic gets the decision. It was a little bit of a tricky fight for him. I don't think he ever quite made his mind up what method he needed to use, but he got the job done against Shakurov, who wasn't an easy opponent by any means.
Nastavljamo dalje, dame i gospodo, sa našim mečevima. Da li uživate, da vas pitam prvo? Tako, još malo strpljenja, imat ćemo već večeri koji svi čekamo i ne zaboravite. Nakon borbe naše Sane Čitković za titulu imamo još dva izuzetna meča također za titulu. Dakle, sljedeći peti meč ovdje u Boriku Banja Luci, polovata kategorija do 61,2 kg. Gledat ćemo 10 rundi po 3 minuta. Sudija u ringu gospodin Valerij Pastuhov, Moldavija. A sada spremite se da vidite nevjerovatne borce. Prvo, pozdravimo boksera u crnom uglu. Impozantna karijera iza njega. Pravo iz Meksika. Ortega.
So next up, we've got 8 rounds at lightweight between Sofyan Umahari and this man, Eduardo Ortega. Very experienced, 31 wins, 2 defeats, 1 draw. The defeats have come against undefeated fighters, one by stoppage. The wins are solid, nothing spectacular. Last fight was a 3rd round TKO last June in Tijuana against Ruben Garcia.
Iskustva, medalja i pobjeda u ringu u zlatnom uglu iz Francuske, Sofyan Umahari.
Sofyan Umahari 5-0 as a pro now, 3-3 in iba.pro. A fantastically gifted fighter, a 3-time IBA world champion, 2-time Olympic silver medalist. He was so close in Paris on home turf in a fantastic final against Erislandy Alvarez of Cuba. Lost by split decision. Couldn't quite make that dream of winning gold in France become real, but maybe he'll be back for another try in LA. He's been to 3 Olympics already.
Dolazi iz Meksika, iz Tijuane, Baja, Kalifornija, 34 godine, 169 cm visok, 173 cm raspon ruku, na merenju juče 62,2 kg. A sada slušajte ovaj impresivan učinak, 31 pobjeda, od toga 15 nokautom, samo 2 poraza i 1 nerešen. Eduardo Ortega. A u zlatnom uglu iz Toulouse, Francuske, 30 godina, 178 cm, 175 raspon na ruku, na merenju 62 kg. Bez poraza u profesionalnim vodama, 5 mečeva, 5 pobjeda. Trostruki šampion sveta, 2 puta srebrni s olimpijskih igara u Rio de Janeiro i u Parizu, Sofyan Umahari. Sudijska trojka se ide Žurko, Rusija, Zdravko Milojević, Republika Srpska i Bagrataojan, Armenija. Valerij Pastuhov, Moldavija, sudija, da vidimo šta će poručiti. Tu mi koment. Čekaj. Good luck.
Valerij Pastuhov, the referee, the schedule for 8 in the lightweight division. Umahari in the white, Ortega in the black. Tall fighter, Umahari. Always boxed at 60, 63.5 in the amateurs and world championships. It's been 60. in the Olympic Games, the alterations to the weight divisions has caused him to have to go up, which has made his exploits all the more impressive, particularly in the last Olympics, getting to that final against Erislandy Alvarez. And he's still only 30 years old, so he absolutely could look to try and finally get that gold medal in Los Angeles in 2028. Ortega a southpaw. Looking to use that lead hand here. Umahari. Ortega reluctant so far really to commit. Steps in there and leads off with the right. Right hand to the body there from Umahari. Into the final minutes of round one. They're scheduled for 10. Umahari able in this opening round to keep things on the outside, which is what he'll look to do. Left hand slightly closer up there from the Frenchman. Ortega has got to try and get inside that reach. And bell goes at the end of the opener.
Tonight, tournament is proudly brought to you by Bet City, one of the leading bookmakers. In the Bet City mobile app, you'll find an extensive range of betting options and some of the bet odds on any sporting event. Choose Bet City and feel the thrill of the game.
So into the second round. And he's got that languid kind of style, Umahari. Wastes very little energy. He's lovely and loose. And just kind of touching Ortega at range at the moment. Just hand go. For the most part, though, he's just trying to tuck up and stay tight. Umahari with a right hand into the body. And then turns around that front foot. And then just snaps a harder looking right hand down the middle. He's good at that, just fairing up the volume, or rather the weight of punch. He's just tapping every now and again. Literally before that, he just touched Ortega on his right glove with a left hand, and then just whipped that right hand, just rattled it down the middle. Right hand into the body. Made a Solid noise as it landed there from Umahari. The problem that Ortega has got is that whilst he's not really in any great trouble here, he lost the first round and he's losing this round. Left hook there from Umahari, feints the jab upstairs and then goes down to the body, and he cannot just let this continue or the rounds will just slip by and all of a sudden he'll find himself a long way down. It's a very easy thing to do. You're not in any massive discomfort. You feel like you're in the fight, but you're losing the rounds. And once Umahari is allowed to just find that groove, find that rhythm, it's very difficult to knock him out of it. So Ortega, sooner rather than later, has got to try something here. Right hand lead there from Umahari. It does really depend that though on the level of his ambition here. He'll know that he's in with somebody who's got 3 World Championship gold medals, 2 Olympic silver medals, undefeated as a pro. And as good as his record is, Ortega, he's not really been in with particularly tough opposition. So the bell goes at the end of round 2. So into the third. And can Ortega just try and make a little bit of a mark in this round? I don't know what the corner has been saying to him, but as I was saying, it's easy against someone like Umahari just to end up fighting their fight. You can become slightly mesmerised by them. The fight's not at a particularly high pace. He doesn't seem to be doing all that much a lot of the time, but he's catching you. And he's piling up the points and he's winning the rounds. And Ortega has got to try and break that mould. Even if it means leaving himself a little bit more open, you've got to try and put someone like Umahari under pressure. Particularly over this longer duration. Try and make him fight at a high pace. And see what happens. The one draw for Ortega came back in his 4th fight. He's been a pro a really long time. He turned professional back in 2007 when he would have been 16, 17 years old. That's not unusual in Mexico. It's unusual if a fighter doesn't turn pro, to be perfectly honest, at 17, 18 years of age as soon as you possibly can. They haven't had too many fighters take that Olympic route down the years. Oscar Valdez would be one. Was a double Olympian. Francisco Vargas was another one from recent times, but they're relatively few and far between. Good right hand there from Umahari, and then just steps in with a left to the body. Ortega just driven back to the ropes here. Just putting his punches together a bit here now, Umahari. Quickening up those feet, looking to cover off the movement of Ortega. Goes down to the body again and tries to go over the top with the right. Ten seconds remaining in round 3. Decent looking left hand there from Ortega, but Umahar's done some good work in that round. Let his hands go with some real spite around about the start of that final minute.
Sponsor of our tournament. BetCity offers a wide variety of betting marks on all sports, exclusive bets, and fast payouts. Sign up on the BetCity website or mobile app and enjoy the game.
And that was the follow-up. He caught him with a nice strong right hand with that good strong right, then pushed him back to the ropes and really dug to the body. And that could pay off in the later rounds. Ortega just trying to get on the front foot a little bit more at the start of round 4 than he has done in previous rounds. And as I've been saying, I don't think that's a bad idea at all, but again there just goes quite voluntarily to the ropes. Umar switching southpaw very briefly back to orthodox, and he's good at just manoeuvring his man around the ring. Does tend to lean in. Good right hand there again though. He's a bit slow with that left when he throws at Ortega, and Umahar, he's got a quick hand, just went in over the top of it. And I wouldn't be surprised if Umahar does take it up closer, because he'll know that he'll get opportunities there. He can pick him off from the outside, but Ortega will be more tempted to engage at this kind of range and leave some gaps. Left hand into the body there from Ortega was a tidy enough punch. Again, just distracting with that lead hand, and then just goes to the stomach with it. Dips his knees, right hand into the body, and then explodes. That's where he just looks to try and really raise the tempo, up the pace. The weight of punch changes dramatically, and that's how you can catch a fighter and do some damage, because he might not be braced for it, Ortega. Just turning neatly around that front foot there, Umahar, bringing some good pressure to Ortega in this round. Looking for the uppercut, didn't quite find it. Ortega, to give him credit, is looking to try and get onto his front foot. Left hand there from Umahar. Ortega took it well. Looking for the uppercut there, Umahar, and then on the retreat, just setting those feet and throwing the 1-2. And Ortega is showing a pretty solid chin so far. So into the fifth. Umahari in the white, Ortega in the black. And Umahari is winning these rounds. He's dictating terms, dictating the pace, controlling the distance. And you look at the use of that lead left hand there. He's tip-tapping, pushing with it sometimes. Whips it in a little bit harder at others. And then backs up and throws that right with some real purpose. Again, just timed that left hand there, Umahari. Ortega's defence has been pretty good for the most part. He hasn't been hit absolutely flush that often, and when he has been caught clean, he's taken it well. Right hand into the body. Good combination there from Umahari. Ortega looked to come forward. Umahari just pulled his feet out, and the Mexican lost his balance slightly, but he's still trying to get onto that front foot. He's definitely at the stage of the fight now, Ortega. I said it a couple of rounds ago, but he's definitely there now where he's got to try something a bit different. He cannot just keep allowing rounds to go as they have, because he's 4-0 down. And soon enough we'll be at halfway. And then a round after that, you're 6-0 down and you need knockdowns. Umahari aiming an uppercut but didn't land it. He wasn't far away with it though. There's that right hand, that pull back right hand, kind of lay back right hand if you like. He's waiting for Ortega to come, shifts his weight onto his back foot, then rocks off it and throws that right. Into the final 30 seconds. And again, just putting his hands together nicely on the inside there, Umahari. Ortega continues to come. There's the uppercut. There's just a big gulf between these two in terms of ability. That's what we're looking at here. And I don't think there's necessarily all that much Ortega can do about this, other than kind of go for broke, really. Try and get on top of Umahari and test him that way. Now that may well leave him open. It might be a bit gung-ho, it might be a bit reckless. Maybe we'll see him try that right towards the end of the fight rather than now, but at the moment those superior boxing skills of Umahari's are doing the business for him. So we go into the second half of the fight. This scheduled for 10 between Sofyan Umahari in the white and Eduardo Ortega in the black. The fighters that he's been up against in his 3 Olympic Games. Umahari stand testament to what a good fighter he is, because Robson Conceição beat him in the final in Rio, boxing on home turf of course. He ran into Keyshawn Davis in Tokyo, who lost that thrilling final to Andy Cruz. And then in 2024 was back in the final himself and up against Cuba's latest sensation in Erislandy Alvarez. Huge success outside of the Olympics though, of course, 3 times, and IBA world champion, a European Games champion. Big name in France. Looking for the uppercut there, Umahari was slightly short with it. Ortega just sticking to his plan. Staying compact, staying tight for the most part, and when he does get caught like he did there, he's taking these shots without any particular problem at the moment anyway. Just looking for that right hand over the top there, Umahari. Got nice and low. I think Ortega probably felt like that right was coming into the body, and then he tried to get it over the top, but Ortega is doing a good job most of the time of keeping that guard intact. Landed a good left hand there, actually, as Umahari was looking to try and open out a bit into the last 30 seconds of round 6. Left hand was pretty much bang on the belt, but got a good distance there, Umahari. Good purchase. Good biting point on those punches. 4 rounds to go here, and he's in the position now, Ortega, that I described a few rounds ago. 6 rounds in, he's 6-0 down. And he needs knockdowns now. And it's easy for me to sit here and say that he needs to try and change it up and do something different, because he's in with a really good fighter. But if he wants to try and win this fight, then that is what he has to try and do. If he's come here more to give a good showing, he's boxing outside of Mexico. He knows he's in with a standout IBA star. If he wants to come and show people that he's a good, seasoned, all-round fighter, because maybe that'll lead to some more work, then fair enough. That is fair enough. But that will make it difficult for Umahari really to do any more than he's doing at the minute, because if he's going to do some damage to Ortega, he needs Ortega to come and fight. Take a few more risks. Looking to try and really get some rotation into that left hand there, Umahari, but it just made it a little bit obvious what was coming. He'd set his feet, he was just at the right range, and you could see Ortega was expecting it. Watching for the coil and resulting uncoil. I think he should just keep going down to the body, Umahari. Ortega's in good condition, but it doesn't matter how many crunches you do. At some point, one well-placed body shot can sink anyone. You can take a shot to the head, that much we absolutely know. Just keep working that body, because there is space. You look at those elbows there, they do flare away from the rib cage a bit. There is some room down there. There's that right hand over the top, but Ortega just dabbing his eyebrow there, actually. I wonder if the heads came together slightly, or whether he was just checking if there was any kind of a cut. I don't think there is. Again, that's good distance there from Umahari. That's really where he can generate optimum power. You can see him set those feet, dig those toes in. And when I talk about biting point, boxers reckon that the punch lands with its maximum impact at about 80% extension. It can be different for different people, but that's where they feel that maximum moment of impact is, because the arm's still got a little bit of distance to go, so you end up really punching through the target, but you've given yourself time to generate that power. Well, there goes the bell, and he's toughing this out, Ortega, and credit to him for that, because as we've been saying, he's an organised fighter. And you can see that there's a bit of blood coming out at the end of the nose there. There's a slight swollenness to the face because he's taken some good shots. Just having a word with him in the corner there. You see him spit into the bucket. There's some blood coming out there. Some blood in the mouth. That could be from a number of different things. A bit of damage to the inside of the lips from punches from his own teeth. That can happen sometimes. Mouth is hanging slightly open. It gets slammed shut by a punch. You bite down on your lip or your tongue even. So he's got 8.5 more minutes to get through here, Ortega, and that's what this is about. He wants to go the distance, and he wants to show people that he's a decent fighter, that he's a tough fighter, that he's a good pro, and he is showing us that. It's just unfortunate for the spectacle that he isn't able to offer a bit more, because he can't really test Umahari. For Umahari, this is like a spar, really. He's dictating the pace, he's dictating terms, he's punching really when he wants to punch. And I wonder if in the last couple, maybe not quite yet, but in the last couple, particularly in the last round, he might really put his foot to the floor and just let those hands go, because the only way that I could see him getting a stoppage here, and I don't think he'll be obsessed with that by any stretch, but the only way you can really see it happening is just through sheer volume of unanswered punches, where the referee is just forced to step in and stop it because there's nothing really coming back. And although Umahari's put some good combinations together, put some good spells together, at no point has he really kept that foot on the gas and looked to work Ortega over and try and break him, really. Maybe he feels it can't be done. He's up close there with him. Into the final minute of the 8th round. Right hand seemed a bit low there. The referee, though, had a good view and didn't make any kind of comment. So 2 to go here. After this, we've got 4 rounds between Rasko Simic and Murad Alavudeyev. That is a good matchup. And then the IBA World Bantamweight title fight between Sara Jukovic and Roman Mulai. Jukovic, a Serbian fighter, comes from the same region that we're in here in Banja Luka. So it's a home fight for her, really. It's her pro debut too. Got to the semi-finals of the Women's World Championships earlier this year in Niš. So picked up a bronze medal there. Roman Mulai got a gold medal at the under-22s a few years ago. And a quarter-finalist at the World Championships in 2023. So into the 9th. And Sofyan Umahari, as I said, has got a little bit of a decision here. Does he want to really step on the gas and see if he can get to Edivaldo Ortega, or is he just going to box out these last couple of rounds and take what I'm pretty confident will be a 10-round win? Setting his feet here and looking to let those hands go. Maybe this will be that spell of sustained pressure. Ortega looking to try and tuck up, but he's getting battered to the body there. Right hand into the pit of the stomach, a left hand up top. And is he just showing signs that he might be about to wilt here, Ortega? Not really, to be honest. But he needs to go again here, Umahari. We're only a minute into the round. Tries to really whip in that right, digging down to the body. Tried the uppercut, that didn't land. Left hook did. And Ortega just hasn't really got time to punch back here. Combination crashed down the middle, but he goes off the ropes and then into the other corner. He's trying to just punch Umahari off him. Midway through the round, Umahari maybe just pausing for a slight breather, then looks to rip into another left hook because he's put a lot into this round so far. Nice left hand there from Umahari. Well disguised. He dipped off to his right hand side and then just managed to flick it over the top. 30 seconds remaining in round 9. Scything down with that right there, Umahari. Didn't quite manage to land it. He had his most success in this round when really he just looked for volume. He got himself into punching range and then just let his hands go, knowing that although they might not all land clean, they would all hit something. When he's backed off a little bit further and looked to try and land that perfect haymaker, if you like, then that's looked less likely to happen. But it is impressive from Ortega, because Umahari is digging his toes in and hitting him as hard as he physically can here. And Ortega is standing up to it. He's got 3 more minutes of it, and I hope we do see him make it through to the final battle. I'm pretty confident we will, because he's earned it.
Poslednja runda, dame I gospodo, runda broj 10, last round, ladies and gentlemen.
And that was the really sustained pressure in the first half of the round. And I wonder, will Umahari just go for that again, or maybe have a little bit more of a look for a minute and then for 2 minutes to see if he can up it. Because the amount of punches that Ortega has taken, sometimes you see fighters soak it up, soak it up, soak it up until all of a sudden they just can't do it anymore and one punch gets through. Often it can be a body shot if they've taken a lot of body work throughout the course of the fight, and they just break. In that moment, they just break, and that willpower just goes. Just digging to the body here, Umahari, again and again. Falls in as he just stabs to the stomach with that right hand. Is this a plan maybe? First minute or so, just go to that body, try and get him to really slow down and then unload. And this is good methodical stuff, which maybe we could have seen a few rounds ago, a little bit earlier, but actually in fairness to him, he's worked pretty hard from about round 4 or 5 onwards. He's worked pretty hard, Umahari. In the early stages he was having more of a look, but even then towards the later stages of the round he was looking to try and turn the screw a bit. Well, they were a bit low, those two right hands. The second one landed around about the top of the thigh, I think. Into the final minute. And it's been decent enough to watch this, because you're going through it just wondering whether someone like Umahari can find a way. He's very, very good, and you would always back him to just maybe find a way, but Ortega has been good enough to make sure that that hasn't happened, and he has come here to get through the rounds. He's the away corner fighter, but you have to be sensible, and he obviously felt that if he opened out too much, if he was too ambitious, maybe a little bit reckless, then this could all go wrong. He's come here really to go the distance, and he's going to achieve that. 10 seconds. Nice right hand over the top there from Umahari. Bell goes. Touch of gloves between the two. And that is a wide win for Sofyan Umahari. Won all 10 rounds there. I don't think anybody could really score it any other way. But I tip my hat to Eduardo Ortega, because that wasn't easy. At no point did he look like he was going to wilt, but other fighters, less durable fighters, would have done. And he worked hard, he kept the tempo high throughout the course of that fight, so it's a good solid 10 rounds for him.
Dakle, posle 10 rundi. Naše sudije su bile jednoglasne i pobjeda ide u zlatni ugao.
Umahari gets it on points. That was never in any doubt. He won every round. Put a shift in, but couldn't find any weakness in Edovaldo Ortega. And very much earned his money tonight.
Sjajna predstava, zaista, hvala im. Nastavljamo dalje. Borba broj 6. Poluteška kategorija do 79,4 kg. Gledat ćemo 4 runde po 3 minuta. Veliki aplauz sada za legendu boksa Republike Srpske. Sudija u ringu, Zdravko Milojević, dame i gospodo. A sada da pozdravimo i naše borce u crnom uglu. Iz Azerbejdžana, Mura Alekvertijev.
So next up we've got 4 rounds in a light heavyweight division. This is Murad Aliev, 22 years old, from Baku. Good fighter. Gathered a wealth of international elite experience over the last few years. European under-22s a couple of times, the World Championships with the seniors, Senior Euros. They got to the Paris Olympics and made it all the way to the quarterfinals.
Veliki aplauz, Rastko Simic!
And big cheers here for another Serbian fighter, Rastko Simic, 2022 European Youth Silver Medalist, and then 2024 Senior European Silver Medalist. Both of these two making their iba.pro debuts. I beg your pardon, Aliev has had one in the iba.pro before. That was last March in Sochi, and he won that. So this is a very, very tough debut for Simic to take. And I congratulate him for going in this deep.
Idemo ponovo u crni ugao iz Azerbejdžana, 23 godine, 185 cm, 185 cm raspon ruku, tačno 80 kg. Jedan meč u profesionalnim vodama i jedna pobjeda u crnom uglu, ponovo Murad Alekvertijev. A njegov protivnik u zlatnom uglu iz Srbije, iz Loznice, 21 godina, 192 cm visok, 196 cm raspon ruku, 79,7 kg na merenju, profesionalni debi, 7-struki šampion Srbije, Rastko Simic. A čujemo našeg sudiju Zdravka Milojevića, šta ima da poruči pred ovaj meč s borcima.
You know the rules about boxing. I expect correct fight. Okay?
Sudijska trojka, Sergej Žurko, Marija Petrović i Valeri Pastuhov.
So 4 rounds at light heavyweight. Rastko Simic in the white, Murad Aliev in the black. And this should be a really, really interesting fight. Aliev, as I said, got to the Paris Olympics, one fight away from winning a medal, and he's looking to get stuck in early on here. Simic with a silver at the Europeans last year. And these are 2 young fighters as well, both with a really long way to go in the sport. Aliev a little bit all over the place in the early stages, slightly over eager maybe. Decent looking combination there from Simic. Harutyunyan had the hands up for the most part, but he just set his feet there, Simic, and looked to let his hands go. Nice and loose. Midway stage of round 1. Again, Harutyunyan just leaps in with that left hook. That was wild. His feet are both off the floor. His legs are straight. It's impossible to generate any real power doing that, but that is the way that he does it sometimes. Looks to try and hoop that right hand in over the top. Good jab there from Harutyunyan. Just needs to slow things down a bit, I think, at times. Simic stands nice and tall. Carries that lead hand low. He's got a good reach on him. Finds the chest there. And a good combination. Led off with the right hand. Kind of reverse 1-2. Left hand hit the target. I think it's Simic who's probably landed the better shots in this opening round. Harutyunyan came flying out of the blocks, knees pumping, arms flailing.
One of the leading bookmakers in the Bet City mobile app. You'll find
But didn't really connect with too much.
options and some of the bet odds on any sporting event. Choose Bet City and feel the thrill of the game.
So into the second. Harutyunyan got a slight problem with his boot, has he? Maybe? Or is there some water? Well, he needs his boot tied up. Well, a bit of tape. I think it was a bit of tape in the end. Something just catching his eye as he got up from his seat for the start of round 2. It was an interesting opener. Simic just seemed to settle slightly the better. Harutyunyan there just dipping off to his right. Gets really under the shoulder with that jab. He was a bit too gung-ho in that opening round. He's got lovely quick hands though. Trying to chop down with the right hand there, Simic. Harutyunyan again now trying to get on top of him himself, but again when he leaps into that left hook, it is a wild, wild shot. Somehow he does manage to generate some velocity with it. I'm not sure how. Technically, kind of everything is wrong about it really. Simic just trying to back up, find a bit of space. Simic just slightly short with the jab. Not much has landed in this second round. Neither one of them really finding that range. Those couple of jabs from Simic just about got there. They were just touching the guard, really. Left hand there from Simic did land as Aliev was on his way forward. I think he just slightly lost his footing there, Simic, as Aliev tried to close in and then caught Aliev with a nice right hand counter thrown off the back foot right at the end of the round. A round in which not too much clean landed. That was a good way to finish for Simic. So into the third, this is a 4-round fight. Aliev in the black, Simic in the white. Aliev just tries to snap that elastic lead left hand up. You see it there, it comes out nice and quick, comes back quick, and then there's that big swinging left hook. Jab from Simic is a decent weapon. He gets it up from the waist. It explodes up into the eye line. Difficult for a fighter to pick it up. He can really plant it when he wants to. It'd be good to see him use it more. He's using it plenty in this round, and I think that's wise. Because he knows it's only a matter of time before Aliev will launch an assault. Just keep throwing that jab. And again, he just leaps into that left hook. It's quite something to see. But there's that jab, just popping it up, nice and relaxed with it. It doesn't take too much out of him, really, to throw it. For the long right hand over the top, but Simic just saw that one coming. The problem with Aliev's attacks is that they've come from so far out that his opponent is able to see them. He looks to throw that right hand from a mile back at times, and as I've been describing, tries to leap into that left hook. He's been aggressive. Simic slipped him off the ropes there and then just punched him in the back of the head, which was naughty. Thankfully, it didn't do any damage. Into the final minute of round 4. Heads maybe just cracked together there. I think there's some blood coming from the nose there of Simic, is that he just sets his feet and looks to let those hands go. Nice short right on the inside there from Simic. A left, another left gets through from Aliev. He's trying to pursue him around the ring here and really put him under some pressure. Simic trying to keep him off, and then gets a hold of him and just looks to walk him back. I think they're both just agreeing to have a bit of a rest here, and then they'll reset after this minute break and go at it for the final round.
Ladies and gentlemen, BetCity is the title sponsor of our tournament. BetCity offers a wide variety of betting marks on all sports exclusive bets, and fast payouts. Sign up on the Bet City website or mobile app and enjoy the game.
Posljednja runda, dame I gospodo, ladies and gentlemen, last round is ahead of us.
So fourth and final round coming up. It's been an entertaining fight, this. For me, Simic has had the better of it. He's just been a little bit more accurate. Aliev has been full of intent, but it's just been a little bit wild at times. Up next, we've got the IBA World Bantamweight title being fought for by Sara Jukovic of Serbia and Roman Mulai of France. Aliev just looking to get after Simic, as he has done all night long. Well, the referee's taken a point here. He has taken a point for punching around the back of the head, I think that is what he's motioned to Aliev, and I think that could spell doom for Aliev, because from what I've been watching, Simic has had the better of this anyway, and that point deduction, I think, will make things pretty much impossible for him. Nice single right hand there from Simic. Aliev looking for the jab and then tries to pile in behind that right hand, but again, he just couldn't quite find it. Simic found some space, rocked off that back foot and through the right. It was half blocked, but it was solid enough. It got a reaction from Aliev. Again, just using that jab, popping it up from the waist. And I think he knows he's got this one in the bag, Simic. 20 seconds remaining. Good right hand counter there from Simic. Final few seconds, Aliev just stumbles forward, and that kind of sums up his night. He, right from the beginning, has been full of purpose, full of aggression, full of attacking intent, but he's just never quite managed to channel it in the right way. And a shake of the glove there from Simic. He's won the fight, and that is a good win. That is a scalp. That is a scalp.
Da vidimo šta su sudije odlučile posle 4 runde. Odluka je jednoglasna, a pobeda ide u zlatni ugao.
Glasgow Simic with the win, and as I said, that is a big win. Aliev got to the quarterfinals of the Paris Olympic Games. He's a man with plenty of elite international experience. Simic is relatively new on the scene, a silver at the Euros last year. And he should be very, very pleased with that, because he won that fight and he won it well.
Pred nama je specijalna borba za svetsku titulu iba.pro. Bantam kategorija do 53,5 kg. Gledat ćemo 10 rundi po 2 minuta. A ko bi bio drugi sudija u ringu nego gospodin Zdravko Milojević, legenda boksa Republike Srpske. Pozdravimo u crnom uglu magičnu francuskinju Mulai.
So first to walk to the ring for this IBA World Bantamweight title fight is the visitor, Roman Mulai, 25 years old, boxing out of Marseille, 5-0 in her pro career. I saw her win a gold medal at the European Under-22s in Italy 4 years ago now. Got to the quarterfinals of the World Championships in 2023. Attempted qualification for Paris. That was the dream as a French woman. It didn't quite happen.
Predstavljamo vam legendu sa tako malo godina, već se zna za nju u čitavom svetu. Predstavlja i Republiku Srpsku i Srbiju. Jedna jedina, Jukovic.
And here comes the home fighter, Jukovic. We are in Banja Luka, and she's from exactly the same region, from the border town as Zvornik in Bosnia and Herzegovina. He represents Serbia. It's her professional debut. Got to the semi-finals of the World Championships in Niš earlier this year. The gold medal at the Europeans last year. And we'll have national anthems.
pozdravimo sada nacionalnu himnu Republike Francuske. Hvala, dame i gospodo, a sada zapevajmo himnu Republike Srbije. Visoka, 160 cm raspon ruku, 51,5 kg na merenju juče, profesionalni rekord, 5 borbi bez poraza, Roman Mulaj. A sada Mori, idemo da grbimo. Predstavlja i Srbiju i Republiku Srpsku, kako kaže. Predstavlja i Bratunac, i Zvornik. 20 godina, visoka je 165 cm, 163 raspon ruku, 53,3 kg na merenju. Profesionalni debi, ali... Idemo sada da grbimo kako izgovaramo ove njene uspehe, a mnogo ih je, verujte. Srebrna na omladinskom evropskom šampionatu. Srebrna 2023. na svetskom šampionatu. Evropsko zlato ispod 18 godina. Evropsko zlato do 22 godine. Evropsko zlato do 23 godine. Evropsko zlato seniorsko. Predstavlja nas je u Parizu na olimpijskim igrama. A ove godine osvojila je bronzu na svetskom prvenstvu. Jedna jedina. Jukovic.
So the big build up there for Sara Jukovic. You can understand why. She's a home fighter, boxing on pro debut for this IBA World Bantamweight title. Just 20 years old.
Sudijska trojka. Bagratavojan Jermenija vodeni postupkom odavije Sergej Žurkin, Rusija.
Sergej Žurkin.
Legenda Zdravko Vilojević Orjego, da čujemo šta ima da poruči.
Are you ready? Ready, okay. You know rules about boxing, okay? You have listening and made, okay?
So here we go, 10 rounds for the IBA World Bantamweight title. Sara Jukovic of Serbia in the white, Roman Mulai of France in the black. 2-minute rounds, of course, in the pros. Mulai just taking the centre of the ring early on. Jukovic with that pretty wide stance. Mulai trying to get on top of her. Jukovic turns well off the ropes. Of those 5 pro fights, the last one was a 6th round stoppage in December in Paris. She's been 8 rounds once. That's the deepest she's been. So obviously over the longer duration, she's got a lot more experience than Jukovic. Mulai's looking to try and start quick here. Physically, there's quite a big difference between these two. Good jab there from Mulai. Jukovic is taller, she's just bigger, quite frankly. Mulai at bantamweight here, I think, could probably still do flyweight. Just looking to push that lead glove aside there, Mulai, and then find the target with her jab. Again, another good jab, right hand from the outside. She's finished around well here. The French fighter with a good combination. She settled the quicker of the two, you would say. So into the second. Again, just looking for that right hand lead there, Mulai. She threw that a couple of times in the opening round. Jukovic with that high guard. I think at the moment, and it's very early, he's just waiting a little bit too long. She's got that right hand cocked, throws it there over the top of the left hand of Mulai. She gets good extension on that lead left hand, Mulai. That one didn't quite reach, but for a short fighter, she really throws that jab the full distance. And that's better from Jukovic. She's looking to throw that 1-2. I said at the start of the round that in the first maybe she waited a little bit too long. She's happy to pull the trigger a bit more in this second round. That was a good counter from her there. The right hand landed. Just pulling her weight onto that back foot, her front foot quite far forward. That wide split stance. When she gets a little bit more confident, then I think she'll look to try and hinge at the waist more. Try and get Mulai to lead off, make her fall short by pulling that weight onto the back foot and then counter her. Because with that front foot right on top of her, you can give an opponent the illusion that you're close enough. But if you're tall and you've got that split stance like she has, then if you pull the weight back, you can make them fall short and maybe make them pay. They set up pretty nicely here, I would say, though, stylistically. And in terms of ability level, these two look well matched.
On all sports, exclusive bets, and fast payouts. Sign up on the Bet City website or mobile app and enjoy the game.
So into the third. Jukovic in the white, Mulai in the black. Using that lead hand there, Jukovic. Mulai, just got a smile on her face, just trying to track her down, get her back onto the ropes. Just backing up there, Jukovic. Right hand there from Mulai. Didn't have anything on it at all, but it did land. Got through that from Mulai, I think. Right hand may have made it from Jukovic. Final 30 seconds of the round. Not much has landed in this round. Right hand there again from Mulai. And then short with it that time. She just stepped off to the side there nicely. Jukovic just pivoted around that front foot, but just couldn't quite catch Mulai as she was coming forward. Jukovic making Mulai miss. time sitting. I think Mulai probably just about had the better of that third round. As I say, not too much in it. Throwing simultaneously there, neither really managing to get through. Right hand just landed on the shoulder. Jab did land there from Jukovic. Left hand there though from Mulai, went down to the body, then up to the head. Aiming a big right hand there, Mulai didn't manage to land it. Then goes to the body with it, did land it that time, and it's Mulai who's been the aggressor from the start here. Jukovic might want to think about how that looks. Good counter right hand there from Mulai off the back of a right hand from Jukovic. I think Jukovic's did land, but Mulai's was the stronger shot. Because as a visual, if you're the one always backing up, but it doesn't look fantastic with the judges. A right hand landed to the body there from Jukovic. A bit of damage to the left eye there of Jukovic. Couldn't really get a great look at it. I don't think there is actually. It just looked for a second like there might be. Into the final 20 seconds of round 4. Jukovic just looking to try and pop shot from the outside for the most part. Sometimes she'll move in and throw a combination. Mulai trying to bring that pressure still. Decent combination there. There was that exchange. She landed a right hand there, Jukovic, but it was Mulai's right hand that was the better one. I think Jukovic needs to commit a bit more here. She's in this fight. My own scorecard reads 3 rounds to 1 for Mulai, but I think she just needs to, as I say, just commit a little bit more here. She's looking to try and pot shot from the outside, close the gap, land those combinations, and you can understand why she would want to keep it on the outside. But it's Mulai who is just making the fight at the minute. She's the one going looking for Jukovic, and she is committing. I think really that's kind of the difference between them currently. Gathers those feet. If she can't quite make it, she'll reset and start again. She's good at judging that distance and how far she can spring in from. And when she comes, she comes. That's a bit better from Jukovic there. Just managing to use that combination. It wasn't completely clean, but it just backed Mulai up a little bit. Right hand there from Jukovic landed to the chest, but Mulai's full momentum again was there. It made her look like she finished that combination, that exchange was stronger, and then the right hand again there from Mulai. Of the two of them, that was the better punch. crowd's gone a little bit quiet. Right hand cocked and ready to go from Mulai. Didn't really reach that time. Decent looking jab there from Jukovic.
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight tournament is proudly brought to you by Bet City, one of the leading bookmakers. In the Bet City mobile app, you'll find an extensive range of betting
So we're at the halfway
options and
stage.
some of the bet odds on any sporting
As I
event.
said, Roman Mulai has been 8 rounds once for Jukovic. This is a professional debut. And one thing that is different from the amateurs is that she's boxing 2-minute rounds rather than 3-minute rounds. So she's done 3 threes loads of times, but 10 twos, it's still 20 minutes as opposed to 9. It's a big, big difference. Mulai's done 16 before. From where I'm sitting, Jukovic needs a strong second half here. So into the 6th, Jukovic, the home fighter in the white. Mulai, who's come here from Marseille in the south of France, is in the black. And there's that right hand, and she's tucking up behind the shoulder a lot of the time, Jukovic, and she smiles at Mulai quite often. I think that might be a little bit of a sign of nerves. A nice combination there from Mulai. He lands with the left hand. Body there from Mulai. Jukovic just skirting across the ropes every now and again, just throwing one as she's on the move, but at no point has really set those feet. There's that combination again and again from Mulai. This is another good round for her. I've got her in a comfortable lead. Combination to the body there from Jukovic was better. She got closer, set her feet and let her hands go, and the crowd responding to that. Both of them landing right hands, a shake of the head there from Jukovic again. So into the 7th, Jukovic did some good work in that previous round, but I thought Mulai again did more. And again, she's just choosing to work around that clock face, Jukovic. It's a difficult way to win the fight, this. You have to really pick your opponent off. They have to be real, obvious, clean shots, and you have to outland them. Because in professional boxing, judges will, in a close round, with this kind of dynamic, they will favour Mulai, who's taking the centre of the ring and the one looking to really make the action. She had the right hand cocked and ready to go there, Jukovic. She should have just thrown it. She was in a decent enough position. Good jab there from Mulai, and then swings in that right hand. Referee just having a word with Mulai about just pushing down on the back of the head on the shoulders of Jukovic. Jukovic just wandered in a little bit there, was short. Mulai wasn't in a position to do anything about it. Came back with a right hand. Jukovic gets through with a right. 30 seconds remaining in round 7. Left hand lands from Jukovic as Mulai was just pulling back. Good left hand there from Jukovic. Better round this for the Serbian. Got beaten to the punch there, but came back with the right hand, swapping right hands, these two. It was a better round that for Jukovic. 3 rounds remaining. For me, she's got work to do here, but it's the 3 scoring judges at ringside who matter. Two there from Jukovic. Mulai looks to answer back straight away though. Jukovic just slowing those feet down in this round. She's not moving quite as much. Just as I say that, she skirts off to her left. It might be fatigue slightly, but she's just holding her feet a little bit more, and I think it'll suit her better. Just hooking on the move there. Choosing to engage more. That's a good looking jab from Jukovic. Whatever the reason for her just slowing those feet down, I think it's a good move. Mulai looking for that 1-2, Jukovic managing to get out of the way of it. She just needs to busy herself up and do a bit more. Mulai's been nice and busy right from the start of the fight. Good combination there from Mulai. Led off with the right hand. Followed it with a left and then another right. Into the final 30 seconds of round 8. This has been quite a scrappy, tight round. A good finish from either one of them could take it. Nice right hand there from Mulai. One right hand there from Jukovic. Last few seconds of the round.
City is the title sponsor of our tournament. BetCity offers a wide variety of betting marks on all sports, exclusive bets, and fast payouts. Sign up on the BetCity website or mobile app and enjoy the game.
So 2 rounds to go here. The IBA World Bantamweight title on the line. That's Harutyunyan making a pro debut, 20 years old. Serbian fighter. European champion last year. Bronze medalist at the recent World Championships. And that's Roman Mulai, 5-0 as a pro. And her greater experience, for me, is winning at the fight at this point. I think she just settled the quicker of the two. But if Jukovic can finish strong here, you never know. Started off the round with a couple of sharp-looking jabs. Mulai quickly in and out with those feet, dives in, jabs to the body, pulls back. Good left hand there from Jukovic, just caught Mulai coming forward. But she's continuing to fight a counter-punching fight for the most part, just getting onto the front foot there, and that's better from Jukovic. Steps in behind the jab, throws the right hand. She is the physically bigger of the two, but at no point in this fight does she really look to impose that size. It's been Mulai who's been the aggressor. The right hand was blocked, looking for the uppercut there, Mulai as well off the back of it. Final few stages, final few seconds rather of round 9. There goes the clapper. Not sure if Jukovic has got all that much left. As we said, it was a step into the unknown for her, this 10 2-minute rounds. Wasn't a huge amount of action in that round. 10th and final round coming up.
Last round, ladies and
That right hand has
gentlemen.
worked well for Mulai. Hasn't always got through absolutely clean. She'll raid in, dart in, throw the left, arc that right over. And then just skip those feet back out. Start of the 10th and final round, and Jukovic kicks things off with a good looking right hand. She's got to go for it in this round, I think. I don't know what the corner have told her. It could be closer than I'm seeing it, but I've got Mulai in a handy lead here. Jukovic needs something big. She's got that right hand caught, but Mulai can see that coming. Good combination there from Mulai. Landed with the left and the right. Jukovic comes back with the right. And just letting her hands go a little bit more. It would have been good to see this earlier. Right hand into the body there from Jukovic. She's the bigger of the two. She's the physically stronger of the two. But she's never really, as I said, tried to impose herself on the fight against Mulai. She'll learn a lot from this. Whichever way it goes, she will learn a lot. It was unknown territory, the 10 2-minute rounds, and you can't underestimate the kind of psychological effect that can have. You just don't know how to pace it. You don't know how hard you can go. At one point, you can really put your foot down. It's a difficult thing. She whips her right hand into the body, and I'd love to have seen her do more of this from the start. right to the body there from Mulai. Good right hand there from Jukovic. Final few seconds. Mulai just springs in, doesn't quite land anything that time. The bell goes. Jukovic, I think, has had a good final round there. But for me, that is going to be too little, too late. But as I say, we will have to wait for the judges' scorecards. And that was more like it for Jukovic. I think she realised she was up against it. She had to go for broke for a bit, and so she just relaxed almost and let her hands go. Getting those gloves taken off, and then they'll be called to the centre of the ring by our referee. The IBA World Bantamweight title on the line. Taking a very, very long time to get those gloves off for a man with light. It can take a while. You have to cut the tape off, you have to undo the laces, you have to pull those gloves off over the top of the wraps. It can take a while to get them on, and it can take a while to get them off. Now Siesta with that IBA Pro World title now in the hands of his colleague Ashley just stood next to him. And here's our MC. Well, she seems very confident.
Dame i gospodo, sve je spremno. Sudija Zdravko Milojević. Dakle, posle 10 rundi sudije su bile jednoglasne. Sudija Bagrat, Davojan i Armenija, 99-91. Valeri Pastukov, Moldavija, 98-92. Sergej Žurkin, Rusija, 96-94. U korist novog iba.pro šampiona
Jukovic gets it with the judges. As I said, she looked very confident in the run-up to the decision there. My view is that Roman Mulai has been slightly unlucky. I made her the better fighter over the course of the 10 rounds, but the decision has gone Jukovic's way, and she has been crowned the IBA World Bantamweight Champion. A great night for her, 20 years old, boxing in her home country on the professional debut.
Evo naravno, tu su i svi ljudi bez kojih ovo ne bi moglo da se desi. Predstavnici Međunarodne bokserske federacije, zatim Bokserske federacije Srbije, Republike Srpske, sam vrh Republike Srpske. A ja sada molim sve vas, gospodo, da napustimo ring. Imamo još dve sjajne borbe pred nama. Ajmo ljudi, idemo, molim vas, imamo još dve borbe, možemo da se slikamo ispred i da slavimo, cijela noć je pred nama. Gloves Promotion i Patriot Boxing uz podršku Bokserskog saveza Srbije, Bokserskog saveza Republike Srpske, gospodina Milorada Dodika, predsjednika Republike Srpske. Boksersko veče ovde u Boriku, Bed City, iba.pro 4. Generalni partner IBA, najveći diler automobila u Rusiji, Rolfi, partner čitavog turnira, kladionica Bed City. So once more, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. The International Boxing Association, IBA, led by the president, Mr. Umahari, alongside the promotional companies, IBA Challenger, Iron Gloves Promotion, and Patriot Boxing, supported by the Serbian Boxing Federation and the Boxing Federation of the Republic of Srpska. And Milorad Dodik, president of Republic of Srpska, presents the boxing evening, Bed City, iba.pro 4. General partner of IBA, the largest car dealer in Russia, Wolf Company, and the entire tournament partner, betting company, Bet City. Dakle, imali smo prilike da vidimo 7 sjajnih borbi, ponovo istorija ispisana ovde u dvorani Boriku, Banja Luci. Sara Ćirković postala je svetski šampion u bantam kategoriji, a pred nama su još dve izuzetne borbe, zato ostanite sa nama. Ljubitelji boksa širom sveta mogu da uživaju u akciji na Arena televiziji, Match TV, zatim Boxing News i IBA Boxing YouTube channels live. So we enjoy the 7 fights. 2 fights are ahead of us, so stay put. Our international event, Bed City iba.pro 4, will with fans, boxing fans across the world, able to enjoy the best of the action on Arena TV, Match TV, Boxing News, and IBA Boxing YouTube channels. So, dakle, pred nama je meč, teška kategorija do 97 kg, 10 rundi po 3 minuta za upražnjenu IBA Pro Intercontinentalnu titulu. Sudija u ringu sada pozdravimo u crnom uglu nekadašnjeg WBA titulu challengera iz Minska iz Rusije, Aleksei Egorov.
So next up, 10 rounds for the IBA Intercontinental title at cruiserweight, making his way to the ring now, Aleksei Egorov of Obninsk in Russia. 12 wins and 2 defeats. His last fight was an 11th round stoppage against Brandon Glant, in a fighter I saw at Tottenham Hotspur Stadium last night against Chris Willem Smith, so he was keeping good company there. The other defeat came in a world title fight against Arsen Gulamirian, the WBA title back in 2022. He's got some good wins on his record.
A njegov protivnik u borbi za titulu u zlatnom uglu, kralj nokauta, kubanska senzacija Lenar Perez.
Way in, Lenar Perez, 14-0, 14 knockouts from Cuba, now living in Vladikavkaz in Russia. Limited opposition, but 14 straight KOs.
33 godine, 185 cm visok, 2 metra raspon, ruku 90,3 kg na merenju. Profesionalni skor, 12 pobjeda, 2 poraza, od toga 8 nokauta. Pozdravimo Aleksei Egorov. A njegov protivnik sa Kube. 27 godina, 196 cm visok, 205 cm raspon, ruku 89,7 kg. 14 profesionalnih mečeva, 14 pobjeda, 14 nokauta. Kraj nokauta, Lenar Perez. Sudijska trojka, Bagrat Abajan, Jemenija Zdravko Milošević, Republika Smilojević, Republika Srpska i Valeri Pastuhin, Moldavija. Čujemo šta će gospodin Sergij Žukin, sudi u ringu, poručiti borcima pred meč.
Head up, no low block, no holding. Release them from away. Good luck.
So an interesting matchup this, because Egorov is just so much more experienced than Perez, even though they've had the same amount of fights. He's had wins against the likes of Vasil Dudza, Serhii Radchenko, Roman Golovachenko, Thomas Oosthuizen. He's boxed at a really good level. He's boxed for a world title. Perez is 14-0 with 14 knockouts, which looks great on paper, but the opposition hasn't been the strongest. He has beaten 2 unbeaten fighters. But what you always wonder with someone who's just knocking everybody out is what happens when they come up against someone for the first time who they hit really, really solid and they don't go over. That's always a really interesting thing to look out for. They're scheduled for 10. trying to get behind the jab here. Egorov. They're just having a look at each other in this opening round. Perez yet to let anything go really meaningful or heavy. You can see where the power comes from, though. You look at his back there. It's chiseled out of marble by the look of it. Egorov isn't quite as tall and lean. A bit more squat, but very, very solid. So the bell goes to the end of round one. A little bit of posturing from Perez there at the conclusion of that 3 minutes. Egorov had a lot of WSB experience as an amateur as well, which always provided a great slipstream into the pros, and that's why he would have been able to move as quick as he has as a pro, because he packed a lot into 14 fights. Those contests over 5 3-minute rounds, no head guards, smaller gloves. That elite level of amateur boxing proved to be a very good training ground for so many fighters, and a lot of them moved quick when they moved into the pros. You look at Usyk and Lomachenko, for example. They stayed on an extra year after London 2012 to box the Ukraine Ottomans. They won the competition that year. They both won 6 fights each, no defeats, but that was 30 very good hard rounds they got in the bank there before they turned professional. And you look at what they have managed to do in such a short space of time in terms of the amount of fights that they've had between them. It's incredible, and WSB played its part there, certainly. So into the second round here, and I wonder at what point is a fight going to break out. Perez will have trust in that power, but he won't be arrogant enough to think that he can just let one go, hit Egorov, and that'll be good night. It could be, but you can't go in there thinking that. Against Glanton, it was a difficult night for him, Egorov, because in the end he went down to a body shot in the 11th round, and really he just stayed there. It had been a bruising contest. Glanton never takes a backward step. He comes forward and forward and forward. He can take a shot. He's got a really good chin, and he throws plenty himself, and in the end he just broke Egorov's will, quite honestly. That's really what happened. Lead left hook there from Perez. Into the final minute of round two, and again no one's really managed to find an opening in this round. He's looking for the jab there, Perez, just tilting off to his left, trying to find an angle for it. With a bit more heat on that right hand. They're close enough to each other to let go. They're within punching range at all times. It Looks for the left hand there, Perez. Slightly expansive there, just opening out a little bit, and then again with that right hand. It's just heating up a touch towards the end of the second. After that win for Jukovic, the arena has emptied out somewhat. She was the big draw tonight, and the other Serbian fighters on the card. So into the third, Perez in the white, Egorov in the black. Egorov just trying to keep those shoulders on the move, that head on the move. Good jab there from Perez. Holds that lead hand low, pops it up, gets some good power on it. He's got that right hand ready to rumble, seemingly at any point. And what I've liked is the fact that he's been studied here, he's been concentrated. It would have been foolish not to be, because this is a big step up for him. Egorov is by distance the best opponent he's been in with. Looking for a big swinging overhand right there, Egorov. He got his feet nice and close. And he'll have to work for the openings here, Perez. He knows that. In terms of resumes, even though he's undefeated and has won everything by knockout, Egorov really would be the favourite here. But the manner of that defeat against Glanton, I do just wonder where his desire levels are at, Egorov. He's happy to take this fight on the road. It's not a home fight for either one of them, but he is nominally the away fighter. Perez just trying to put those punches together a little bit more. Egorov nice and close, tried to bang to the body. Perez just let his hands go just to create a bit of distance between the two of them. Egorov just backing him up to the ropes, and this is where the Russian will want him, and just able to take a little step off to the left there, Perez. Egorov wasn't too bothered about letting him out, but I think when he feels that bottom rope on the back of his calf like he does here, Perez, that's a signal for him to either get off or throw. Final 30 seconds of round 3. Slight bit of damage just under the right eye there of Egorov, nothing major. So into the fourth. And he's happy enough to give ground and go to the ropes, Perez. He's not really being pushed back here. He's conceding the ground. And then as Egorov comes in, I think he feels that he can set his feet. And that's a decent enough position for him to punch from. But then just jabs, moves off the ropes, gets back to the centre of the ring. Looks to try and dip his knees, drop his height a bit and jab to the body. And see if he can find Egorov on the end of a combination. Midway through the round, Egorov just getting nice and close there. This is where he needs to be. But again, Perez happy just to lean back into the ropes, tuck his chin in behind that left shoulder. Just use that shoulder roll to avoid those shots from Egorov. That's a good combination there from Perez. You can just see some marking up on the left-hand side of the forehead there of Egorov as well. And what we know about Perez is, given his background, he's got that Cuban schooling, did box internationally for Cuba, obviously not as much as he would have liked to, and ended up leaving the island because he didn't feel that the opportunities that he needed to further his career and his life were going to come his way. Good stiff jab there from him as well. Right hand lead, just flicks the top of the head there of Egorov, who keeps doing what he's always done, which is to try and get into this kind of position here. He's having success now though, Perez. His confidence is growing. As I say, he's had a look at his opponent. And he's now just finding that right kind of distance, managing to catch Egorov on the way in. There's that jab again. Egorov just looking a little bit busier himself at the start of the fifth. There isn't too much on these punches from Egorov. Perez's defence is pretty solid. Most of what Egorov is throwing is finding gloves They both opened out at the same time there. Neither one really managed to land. Looking to the body there, Egorov. Perez just firing off that combination. Egorov has never looked bothered by anything that's landed on him so far tonight. You look at knockout percentages, they don't tell you everything. They really, really don't, because some fighters early in their career can be put in with very durable away corner fighters who nobody stops. They don't get many stoppages, and people talk about the fact that they can't really punch when it's just not really true. And then the flip side to that coin is you can amass a record like the one Perez has got, and I'm not saying he can't punch, but he doesn't look to be a huge puncher from what we've seen so far. But it's good the way that he's working his method out as he clicks through the rounds here, because as I said previously, this is by distance the deepest he's been in his professional career to date. That's where he needs it, that kind of distance. Egorov can't do anything with that. So halfway through this one, scheduled for 10, the IBA Intercontinental Cruiserweight title on the line. Shield goes back in there for Egorov, and he'll know that after what happened against Brandon Glanton, this is a good opportunity for him. It's a good way for him to get himself back into the mix, take down an undefeated fighter. Perez has come out quick at the start of the 6th. Egarov just trying to muscle in that right hand. And both of them, I think, are trying to make something happen in this round, just trying to up the ante a bit and see if they can just slightly get on top, make some kind of breakthrough. Left hand to the body there from Egarov, nice left into the stomach there from Perez. I think they know that the first half of the fight there's probably not all that much in it. Maybe Perez has got his nose in front, but they haven't exactly had a spar, but they've been looking at each other for a long time, and I think now they're looking to try and get down to action. Good right hand there from Perez, but Egorov comes back. This is much better. Midway stage of round 6, and there's been more action in this round than there has been in not quite all of the others put together, but not far off. Into the final minute of the round. The pace has just dipped a little bit, but they both look to work hard in this 6th round. Egorov just moving those feet nice and quick. He's the more experienced fighter when it comes to going down the stretch. There's absolutely no question about that. And this is where he's got to bring it to bear in this 2nd half. That's a good combination though from Perez. Nice uppercut, found the angle. There doesn't look to be anything wrong with his gas tank, but Egorov has got to make sure he asks that question.
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight tournament is proudly
So 6 down, 4 to go.
One of the leading bookmakers. In the Bet City mobile app, you'll find an extensive range of betting options and some of the bet odds on any sporting event. Choose Bet City and feel the thrill of the game.
Bit of damage to the nose there, a bit of scuffing below the right eye, and then on the forehead just above the left eye there for Egorov. So into the 7th. The IBA Intercontinental Cruiserweight title on the line. Nice stiff jab there from Perez. He's got good technique. Just trying to explode off the ropes there, Perez, and really do some damage with that left hook. Egarov again is just straight back on top of him, digs his toes in and looks to really try and curl that right hand in around the back of the guard in particular and just place those punches and do some damage. And as I said previously, Perez at that kind of range, when he keeps it at the end of that jab, that 1-2, then there isn't that much that Egorov can do, but he can't do that for 3 minutes of the round, and Egorov knows it. And when that work rate just dips a little bit, then that's when he looks to try and move in. The defences for both of these two have been good in this fight. There hasn't been that much clean that's got through, and whenever anything has, they've taken it without blinking. So neither one of them has had any impact on the other at all, really, in terms of the punches they've landed. Nothing visible, apart from that slight bit of damage to Egorov. There's not been a wobble, there's not been a flicker, really. Closing stages around 7. 3 to go after this. One more fight to come on the card as well. Vladimir Moranchikov and Wilmer Baron Colon going at it over 8 rounds at light heavyweight. Bell goes to start the 8th round. And that similar optic where Perez is just using the periphery of the ring a lot of the time. Not really being backed up to the ropes necessarily, although he is to an extent the longer the fight goes on. But he seems comfortable enough there. Egorov looking to just get on that front foot, walk him down, cut off the ring. What the judges have got to decide here is who has got through with the greater volume of clean punching. It's what they're always looking to decide. But both of them have taken everything that the other one has had to offer without blinking. That's good from Perez. That right hand just moved Egorov a little bit. Good jab there from Egorov on the inside. Good combination there from Perez. Lead it off with the right hand, then the kind of screw shot with the left, up jab, uppercut almost, then finished with another right. Nice combination there from Egorov. Right hand got through, nice and short. Into the final minute of round 8. Body attack there from Perez was decent, and at no point yet have the snaps really, as the snap really looked like going off his shots, and that's what Egorov is hoping will happen. It's a war of attrition this for him. He's trying to trust that if he walks him down, then at some point that snap will go off these punches. He'll find it increasingly difficult to keep him off, and then he'll really get somewhere. It hasn't happened just yet. Final 20 odd seconds of round 8. He's got enough in those hands, Perez, to be able to just flick them up from the waist, from the outside, hit Egorov and just knock him back, make him start again. He can't just walk through them. Good up jab there again from Perez. Nice bit of variety. He's got that in his locker too. Bell goes at the end of the round.
Ladies and gentlemen, Bad City is the
struts back to his corner there, Perez.
Bad City offers a wide variety of betting marks on all sports, exclusive bets and fast payouts. Sign up on the Bad City website or mobile.
Smile on his face. I think he's been enjoying this. He's done the crisper, sharper punching of the two. The greater volume of clean punches has been landed by him. He's a hard man, Aleksei Egorov. Absolutely no question about that. So 2 rounds to go here. Lenar Perez in the white from Cuba, now based in Russia, up against Aleksei Egorov of Russia. 27 years old, the Cuban, 33 years old, the Russian. When you look at his record, Perez, what's quite interesting is that although he's had 14 wins by knockout, he has managed to slot in 51 rounds, which is more than you might expect with that kind of record. So they haven't just been going over in the first. He hasn't had that many early blowouts, which I think is probably down to a couple of things. Number one, the opponents have been sufficient quality for that not to happen. Number 2, he's been happy enough to have a look at things and not try and get too gung-ho, not get carried away with puncher's disease, as some trainers like to call it. Sometimes when you keep winning by knockout, fighters start to believe in their own power, that it will always be the answer, and then when they find that night like tonight where they've got a real tough man in front of them who isn't just going to surrender and fall flat on his back, it breaks them slightly. They don't really know what to do, whereas Perez is definitely not in that category. He's just boxed tonight. It's that old adage, if you look for the knockout it won't come, and Perez has gone in there tonight just to box and win the fight. If the stoppage comes, then excellent. Everybody loves that, of course. You take it out of the judge's hands, but at no point has he looked frustrated. At no point has he really looked to try and muscle punches in or try too hard using the ropes there. Egarov has had some decent combinations land in this 9th round. Good jab again there from Perez, whose upper body movement is still on point. That's good stuff. That really is. Slipping and rolling on the ropes. That's good from Egarov. He's got Perez with his back square to the ropes. That hasn't happened too often. The Cuban covered up there, but Egarov was just letting those hands go. Final stages around 9. There goes the bell. One more to go after this. I mentioned next up is Vladimir Moranchikov against Wilmer Baron Colon. I remember Moranchikov from the World Championships in 2020 when he got a bronze, lost to Raheem Gonzalez of the USA. Robbie Gonzalez, who had a hell of a run through to his gold medal. He was in some amazing fights, and Moranchikov was good to watch. That's what I remember about him. He was good to watch. He's 4-0 as a pro, all in the first round. Baron Cohen, a losing record, but an experienced guy, born in Colombia, from Colombia, started his pro career there, but then moved over to Europe and has boxed in a few different countries since then. Got a draw in his last fight, so that could be a good way to finish, and hopefully this last 3 minutes will be a good way to finish this fight. 2 quality operators in there. Egorov, as I said, will just keep doing this. He will keep coming forward. He will trust, believe, keep the faith right until the very end that he can get to his man. But Perez, I think, has just got a bit too much about him. Good 1-2 there from Perez. Just touching with the jab there, Perez, and looking to try and let go with the right hand. By the time he did, he didn't really have enough room for it. He'd allowed Egorov to come in slightly too close. Tucking up on the ropes again there, Perez, using the ropes nicely, throws that left hand. He's spent a lot of time on the ropes in this fight, but as I've been saying, he's comfortable there. He's not been there against his will. It's been of his own volition, really. Egarov just staying on him here, staying on him right to the very end. Tries to set his feet. Let those hands go and find that one shot that he needs. Good right hand there for Perez. Managed to throw that jab from the waist with his feet set square. It was still quite a powerful shot. Final few seconds. It's been an entertaining 10 rounds, this. A little bit of a slow burn in the first half, but from halfway onwards, been really good stuff. Touch of gloves between the two. Okay, so these two just getting degloved, and then we will get the decision of the judges. One fight to go after this, as I mentioned, and I think it could be an entertaining way to finish what has been a good night. Just waiting for the MC to appear with the score sheet. And the belt as well, we need that. It's just on its way into the ring now.
Dame i gospodo, posle 10 rundi imamo podeljenu sudijsku odluku. Bagrat, Havajana, Jermenija 97-93, Zdravko Milojević, Republika Srpska 94-96, Valeri Pastuhin, Moldavija 97-93, za novog iba.pro Intercontinentalnog šampiona zlatnioga Lenar Perez, Kuba.
So Lenar Perez gets it. It was a hard-fought 10 rounds. The greater volume of clean punching came from him, but he was made to work very, very hard there by Aleksei Egorov, and that belt was, as I say, hard won. So he goes to 15-0, the first time though that he hasn't won by stoppage, and that will be a very valuable 10 rounds for him as he progresses in his pro career, but he is the new IBA Intercontinental Cruiserweight Champion.
Nastavljamo dalje, dame i gospodo. Posljednji meč večeri ovdje u Boriku u Banja Luci. Meč u poluteškoj kategoriji do 79,4 kg, 8 rundi po 3 minuta. Sudija u ringu gospodin Valerij Pastuhin, Moldavija. A sada pozdravimo u crnom uglu momak koji se penje teškom lestvenicom profesionalnog boksa, pravo iz Kolumbije, Bozorov.
So making his way in, Wilmer Barron, as I mentioned earlier on, born in Colombia, now boxing out of Spain, 7 wins, 9 defeats, 1 draw, went 6-0 in Colombia, then made the move over to Europe, where he's mainly been an away corner guy. Boxed in the UK, Germany, Spain, Poland, and his last fight was a draw in April in Zaragoza against a 4-0 Albert Villa.
A njegov protivnik u zlatom uglu, zvezda u usponu. Pozdravimo boksera koji večeras predstavlja Srbiju, Moranchikov.
And Moranchikov, as I mentioned, 4-0 as a pro, 4 knockouts, 4 rounds. Nobody has got outside of the first round. The opposition has been limited, that's fair to say. The last win came in Moscow last March. A gold medalist at under 23 level in the Europeans as an amateur, and that bronze medal in 2021 at the World Championships in Belgrade.
Učinak u profesionalnim vodama, 7 borbi, 7 pobjeda, 6 nokautom, 9 poraza i 1 donešeno. Pozdravimo još jednom, Wilmer Barron. A u zlatnom uglu predstavnik Srbije, 26 godina, 183 cm visok, 188 cm raspon ruku, 76,2 kg težak na jučerašnjem merenju. Prvo učinak, 4 borbe, 4 pobjede i 4 nokauta. Vladimir Moranchikov.
So final checks from the referee, that's Moranchikov in the white.
Čujemo sudiju Valerija Pastufova, Moldavija.
Valery Pastuov, our referee for this final fight of the night. So touch your gloves. Scheduled for 8 this at light heavyweight. Just looking to go up and down with a jab early on there, Moranchikov. Right hand into the body there from Moranchikov. Baron has been pretty circumspect so far. As I say, that just pops out his lead hand. Doubles up on the jab and then again just looks for that left hand to the body. Trying to chop down with the right hand there, Moranchikov. Baron hasn't offered all that much in this opening round apart from the odd jab. Has been stopped a few times. 3 stoppage defeats in his 9 reversals. Nice right hand counter there from Moranchikov. Baron just looking to be a little bit more aggressive, but the hand speed was with the Serbian that time into the last minute of round 1. And again, nice right hand to the body. Distraction with the jab, moved in behind it. Kind of lost his balance a bit there, but still found the right to the body. Closing stages of round 1. Moranchikov has dictated terms in this opening 3 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight tournament is proudly brought to you by Bet City, one of the leading bookmakers. In the Bet City mobile app, you'll find an extensive range of betting options and some of the bet odds on any sporting event. Choose Bet City and feel the thrill of the game.
Into the second. Moranchikov in the white, Baron Colon in the black. First round was Moranchikov's. These two just having a bit of a look at each other. Moranchikov continuing to use the jab at the start of round 2. There's plenty of time here. And this is the first time actually as a pro that he's been taken beyond that first round. 4 fights, 4 wins, 4 first round knockouts. That was always going to come to an end at some point, and as discussed in the previous fight with Lenar Perez, if you've got a bit about you as a fighter, which Moranchikov will because of his amateur background, then you know what's what. You know what the level of opposition has been, and you know that that doesn't mean that you are this horrendous beast of a puncher before whom everybody will just go weak at the knees and fall over. You know that won't happen. And he'd have suspected that he would have got some stiffer opposition tonight when you look at Baron Colon's record. combination there from Moranchikov, finishing with the left hand to the body. Little bit of a sparring session this for him at the moment. Baron Colon not offering too much. He's come here with the intention of getting through the rounds, just tucking up, using that outside of the ring and offering something whenever he can, because when this is your beat, you know you can't just cover up for 24 minutes. That's not really doable. You've got to try and make your opponent think, give them something to think about whenever you get the opportunity, without being too expansive basically into the final 30 seconds. And he just does enough every now and again. Good example there, just steps in, led off with the left hook, sat down a bit, through the right hand. Nice busy hands there from Moranchikov. But he's not going to give any openings away here, Baron Colon. That is not going to happen. So I wonder if they're going to pull their fighter out here. Has he got some kind of injury? Well, there's something going on, that's for certain. He's just talking to the officials on the near side, and he hasn't come out of his corner for the start of the third round. So really one can only assume that the fight is over, because you have to answer the bell. I think there is a problem with the shoulder. That's what they were gesturing towards the referee, and they've got an ice pack on that shoulder now, and they can't just allow a fighter extra time to recover and then continue with the fight. I haven't seen the signal from the referee just yet, but the gloves are coming off, so this fight is over. And that'll be slightly disappointing for Moranchikov, because he was warming into that. Wilmer Baron Colon looked like he was going to give him a good few rounds there, but there's obviously an issue. Maybe he took it into the fight, maybe it occurred in training, but he's not able to continue beyond the second round, so he gets another stoppage, Moranchikov. But I don't think he'll have really wanted it, to be honest. I think he'd be quite keen to have got a few more rounds in, have had to have really worked for it and earned it, and got the breakthrough and the TKO or KO later on, rather than in this fashion. He didn't really throw an awful lot in the first two rounds. What he did throw was mainly with that hand, but you look at the ice there, maybe there's a bit of muscular damage. From the position the shoulder's in, he hasn't dislocated his shoulder or anything like that. His shoulder's okay. There's no way they'll be able to get that glove off without him screaming in pain, if that were the case. But there's enough there certainly to prevent him from continuing.
Wilmer Baron predao je meč borcu iz Srbije, pobjedina u zlatni ugao, Vladimir Moranchikov, Serbia.
So another win for Vladimir Moranchikov. I would have liked to have got a bit more of a look at him actually, just to see how he's progressed since I last saw him. That was in the World Championships 3.5 years ago. A fantastic 2 weeks I spent in Belgrade. There was some tremendous fights. What was quite an unusual World Championships, because there was no seeding and it came just very briefly after an Olympic Games because of COVID, so quite a unique circumstance. But that wraps the action up for this evening from Serbia.
Bilo je zaista pravo uživanje ovdje biti i prisustvovati još jednom istorijskim
Thank you very much for your company, everybody. I hope you've enjoyed it, and we will catch you again next time.
IBA.pro šampion sveta Sara Čirković i IBA.pro Intercontinental šampion Lenar Perez iz Kube. Ovim završavamo Pet City IBA.pro 4 veče boksa ovdje u Moriku u Banja Luci. Until next event, keep fighting. I am Ivan Tešanović, and on behalf of International Boxing Association, I salute you.